Ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, the South.
To get your information, to the food, to get my action. Spoon direction. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you just spoon you and know. The trade provide for starvation just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every keep on regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news on the to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, my body. Yes, my body. Spoon entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South of Man. On the way.
To get your information, to the food, to get my action. Spoon direction. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you to spoon you and know. The trade provide for starvation just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every keep on regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, yeah, Tuto Spoon.
You want to get a news update? Tuto Spoon.
Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's not about Spoon TV. It's not about Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
24 minutes up to 9 p.m. here in Liberia. Today is Wednesday, the 12th day of the 11th month, 2025. And you welcome to Liberia's premier talk show. This is the Spoon Talk, live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM, and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. And we just not live in Liberia. We also do have our online platforms that got us live all around the world. We're live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Super TV, Fabric TV. Those are our handles. And on YouTube, our handle is Spoon Talk. So irrespective of whichever platform you watching us live, I would love to say welcome to you on this wonderful Wednesday year in Liberia. Yeah, they say repoka in. You know, when you send your child to school and your child, needs to bring home his or her report card, and all parents are waiting eagerly to see what their kids will do. It's almost similar situation that is now the topic of the town in Liberia. Everybody's discussing now the most trending information, Liberia's scorecard for the 2026 Millennium Challenge Corporation. Everybody, yeah, we passed, we fail it, won't fail that one. Somebody say, oh, well, I'm sending you to school, you passed 14, I passed 14 subjects out of 20. Now you passed where you yelling all around. Somebody say, but pass, not pass, And others have said, look at what we're filling in. Are these not the bread and butter issues that we need to address in Liberia if we are to experience any sort of economic boom or any kind of surge in employment and empowerment of our people? Aren't these things what we need to be passing? And others have said, look, man, the Millennium Challenge is on a no threat. Our report comes out for the compact in December, and so the conversation is being held from different sides of the aisle. My name is Diamond Slanger. Wherever it is you're listening to us from, I'd love to welcome you. Wherever it is you're watching us from, I'd love to say welcome to you as well. Well, we'll go to see those watching, probably those watching us via the various platforms who have Bintability. Bintability is following. Tipo Speaker Dempster says once you pass, you pass. But they get passing, they get cum laude, they get magna cum laude, they get summa cum laude, they get different type of passing. So yeah, pass la pass, but some pass not pass, or some pass like excellent. All right, so Maxwell Williams is watching us from Zwedru City, Grand Ejida County. Tobiah the Yambo Boy. How are you doing? Diamond David, how are you doing, namesake? Hope you're doing wonderful. Augustine Gonga, how are you doing, Augustine Gonga? David Ozumo is watching us from Washington, D.C. Will King Duncan, how are you doing, Will King? YouTube people, yeah, show yourself to now. Eric McGill, how are you doing? Always following us from Atlanta, Georgia via YouTube. Hope you're doing great, Eric. Iris Lato following us via YouTube. Is it Ajit 1768? I don't want to sound like a robot, Alex DS Suma, how are you doing? Following us via YouTube. Alfonso Dolo is watching us live from Dakar City, Senegal. Hope you're doing great. Joseph T. Macaulay is watching us from Clay Ashland, District 17, Montserrado County, as well as Morgan Pay, who's following us from Cardwell Benson Street community. Jerome D. Jerome, I leave it at the Jerome D. Yeah. No offense to your name, but I'll leave it like that. Eric McGill, you can be watching from Facebook and YouTube at the same time. Anyway, to Facebook, Eric McGill, hope you're doing great. Francis Bori is following us. Otis Kamara is also watching us. Mahmoul is following us as well. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr. is following us as well. Let me do the application to Pierre. Pierre is one. You know, the Nigerian show there.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in more.
What's up, Dada? How are you?
I'm super, Diamond. How you doing? I'm here early today. Not too much, you know. You kept me in the back. Reason best known to you. A great day today for the network.
Why you like controversy?
What I like what?
Why you like controversy, Daniel?
And that's why it is. Diamond, in this life, you gotta fight. You gotta fight in this life. It's nothing like, you know, you on the other side, I on the other side, you know. But one good thing is that you're from the southeastern part of the country, and you know, my parents from the southeastern part of the country too. You know, but I'm from Mosterado, right? Mm-hmm. You from Grand G there. So yeah, you hear me right now. I'm saying I'm from Mosterado. So
I would have called you senior.
So you just grab it, right?
I grabbed it on the second attempt.
Okay. So you got hear me right. Dylan from Mosterado, though the parents from Grandpa. So I'm from Mosterado, though my parents from Sano. So Lexington to be precise. So it's a good thing, you know. I'm hearing that how you call the other brother, Martin Cully from Mosterado too. I'm hearing that. I don't know how true it is. So a lot of people from Mosterado.
And let Mosterado got a lot of people at Mosterado. When I look at things, people might be leaving Mosterado due to the heat to go to somewhere that is less than what it is in terms
I don't know. So do you think the country as a whole, through the National Election Committee, actually, the lawmakers should put in a law that will enable, or I would say disable folks from moving from one country to another? What do you think about this?
A law that will hamper their various ambitions.
There'll be no way, you know, you're gonna have one person running from 5 different countries just to run for a seat.
The law doesn't take what it doesn't give. So there's no law against that once you're able to.
I'm saying we should bring up something like that. I know there's no law. We should try to put in a law and say, if you run in Mosterado, stay in Mosterado. Don't be like Thomas Father. After eating all the people money from Mosterado, then you run to Lofa. Don't be like Edwin Snow. After leaving Mosterado, you go to
Edwin Snow. Yeah, he brought that into
and the man said you're going to River Sense again. And Edwin Snow said you're going to River Sense again. I'm kind of confused, right? Edwin Snow is my friend, right? Don't be like Musa Bellity that live in Sacred Play right now. I think he ever going to run in Magibi against how you call him, Emmanuel Nukwe. I can name them. People are jumping ropes. You ask the Liberian people today, they are not. I mean, what's going on with them? They don't leave in Mosterado to go in Grand Bassa. I mean, so if Delon is going to Grand Bassa, he's telling us that Yombri is not running again. But what about the house they don't build it in Masha? That is to say, you want to run in Magibi also? You know, Magibi is not far from Grand Bassa now, right? You know that.
Yeah, but Dylan
just a stone away.
House. Dylan says he's rather building his house in Grand Bassa and not Magibi.
No. So the person that building a house in Magibi, they don't say that he brother Oliver Delon, my childhood friend, my mean man Oliver Delon. He said that he brother house, but at his brother house after. So that's part of the story. We are investigating that house, who actually the house belonged to, right? So they don't say the house not for him. What about Patrick Hunter building his hotel? Patrick Hunter said, "That's my hotel. I just visit in the night." What about Bo Adi building your own house? Bo Adi said, "I've been building my house since our other government," and that's true. I can attest to Mo Adi house. Sam Mo Adi was suffering and he was dry skinny. He started hustling to build a house. I can attest to it. The house ain't get no money from government, but maybe now the man will break the tap and try to add to it because he managing director now. So all I want on the spot, right? What about what do you call the guy name? The chairperson, the man that they beat. Yeah, he was in how you call it? What they name? The chairperson of LTA, Clarence.
Clarence Masakwa.
Yeah, imagine. Listen, if you want to build your house, I don't care, right? Maybe there's the time you find someone at 10,000 on the road to build a house. Build a house. But why you might hide there and go there in the night? Like, only time you can go and spend your house in the night. Oh, look at that Richardson here. That Richardson, you want CMC show, you come by here again tonight.
That Richardson, you look radiant, you look beautiful. I like the yellow, you know.
I remember way man, you know Reagan, you know, like when I told you guys what you know Reagan, you look beautiful. Wait, what was beautiful?
That was Miss CD graduation today.
We talking about Miss CD graduation, we talking about people like Benny, leave Miss CD alone. Miss CD ran away from the camera. Yeah, man. We tried to say congratulations, the woman ran away from the camera. Look at that. Where you carrying the degree? Where she carrying the degree? Where?
She looks beautiful and happy.
So where she carrying the degree? Where is the degree going?
Diamond.
I should call so you can ask her.
Be there.
Actually, bring her in studio. She in her office. Tell her to come.
Sure, that as her.
But also, actually, though, when a woman, we'll come back to the hostess issue, right? But when a woman carrying a degree, where?
She'll get a degree to what a degree qualifies her for.
So is she telling us that she leaving school?
She say so.
But what I tell you is somebody said they're going to school to find other options.
They will find other options eventually, and when they do, they will let you know. There is no, you know, bottleneck in exploring new opportunities. And she's talked about.
So it means that you have a hidden agenda here. It means that she gets something under her sleeve. We got to call. We got to question her.
But what's the hidden agenda when you were aware of the day she started school up to
I'm
today?
going to call Sarah Bessler.
Did you
I think I will put the blame on Sarah. Sarah Bessler Yanti, she's the one that influenced that Madam Titi to go to school because, you know, I don't think Sarah wants Madam Titi to be at Spoon Network. This is about Sarah. There will be no reason why Madam Titi should go back to school. I mean, we are talking about, let me leave the woman age business.
I will let you.
No, for real. We are talking about the my going back to school to learn SSO ABC. For what? It's not about today to go take care of her grandchildren. What about
There's no limitation to anybody's learning.
You see, how you get hard this thing. There's no need to hide it. That real talk. But you shouldn't go back to school.
What hiding?
Martin, you shouldn't go back to school. I disagree.
Well, you disagree. It's okay for you to disagree.
Why you went to school? What's the main reason you went to school to get your doctorate degree?
I like learning. I really love learning.
And?
That's about it.
So you didn't go to school to get a better job and make money, right?
No. I like the profession of psychology.
You're on camera. You didn't go to school to get a better job and make money.
How did I know?
Wait. You knew you were going to school to get a degree, correct?
Yes. I was going to school.
You knew the degree will help you to make a lot of money, correct?
Degree does help you make a lot of money. Depends on who you are as a person.
But you know, whether you depend on who you are, you know this profession will going to settle you.
Not necessarily because.
But it is.
It
30 minutes you gave your client. 30 minutes you gave your client $600.
Well, yes, it did.
That is apart from your regular job at the university.
Let me tell you something.
No, you will not tell me nothing.
Well,
it is we gotta go. We don't have enough time. It is apart from a regular job at the university, correct? It is apart from a regular job at the university.
You got enough time, but it's okay.
No, I don't want too many explanations. Just answer my question quick.
Well, you're not in yes and no class.
But I'm saying your private business.
But why are you talking about private business?
I'm going to bring some clients going to come your way. You make $600 for 30 minutes. The poor Liberian people, You tell them to give you $600 for 30 minutes. Tell me you sit down with them. You take pen, you take paper. You ask them, did you eat today? No. Are you frustrated? Yes. Are you concerned they sending you back home? Yes. Are you married? No, I divorced. Your children in like, bro, all right, one that died doing the war, the other one, I don't know where you at. You put all that in there, $600, easy. You talk to 5 individuals, that's $3,000 a day. Come on. And you want to tell us that you didn't go to school to make money. And you're making $3,000 a day. You do that 3 times a week. That's $9,000 apart from your regular job at the university.
Yeah,
of course, you've been there 18 years now. You've been there 18 years, and we know how much you make. You're making the max.
Let me come go. I'll see
you. You are on salary.
No, because how just to the show they just start talking. Well, everything everything. You know.
You don't want me to talk. Let me be quiet. Ladies and gentlemen,
what?
Ladies and gentlemen, the woman make $9,000.
Yeah.
A week.
No, stop it.
No, we're on the show. Stop it.
Stop it. You want messages coming to you for rent?
But that's a problem. That's a problem. No,
I see why every political party beyond that to Richardson. Because I can tell you, I see why, because she can contribute.
Yeah.
$500 every month.
Yeah, I pick you.
You are giving them one political party. I'm not calling their name.
Let's congratulate.
No. We gotta talk this. I'm not calling the political party name. $500 you are giving the political party every month.
But wait now, I want to know something. A or C?
No, I'm not calling him. That one.
You're calling me?
Yeah.
That one.
You
know what they're doing in America? They swap the card. They swap the card. One time. And we'll just keep rolling every month.
Okay.
It just keep rolling every month. If we go to stop it, you got to allow the person that's taking your money to approve. USA cannot stop it. You get back today and say, I want to stop it. You go, except you go to the bank. Even if the bank change your card.
Get started because.
So, no. We got ceremony. You run away to the CMC show again and go back there.
Yes, we have a CMC show, political
go
insight.
Go back to the CMC show.
That show
you can't deal with you according to the law.
Show comes on at 7:30.
No problem. Go back to the CMC show. We'll deal with you. So that's the reason why you see Musa beg Dr. Richardson and say, please can join me. Because Musa is a businessman. He knew that. But let me finish that. Then you can correct me. Let me finish, then you can correct me.
You knew that. You tell him to all the talking about my sitting here agreement with you. Okay, then go ahead.
I will say I'm gonna leave you alone. Let me leave.
Thank you.
Let me tell the last one. Let me tell the last one before. Let me tell the last one.
Thank you.
Let me tell the last one. So Diamond, Musa a businessman. Musa smart. Musa say if I get that to Richardson in my party, she and her husband that eats a 1,000 every month.
You ready?
That 1G every month.
Hey.
Imagine if you get 10 people that Dr. Richardson. How much you getting every month?
She and her husband like Gigi then.
If you get 10 couple like Dr. Richardson. That's 10,000.
Yeah.
If you get maybe like 100 years, what are you talking about, Damo? In America, max 100 couple.
You're talking about close to.
You want to start political party like bro?
I'm thinking about it.
You want to start something?
I'm thinking about it. Get back. Seriously. Get back.
Diaspora party too.
We have to. We have to.
You want to start something like bro?
Yeah.
You're way back.
We want to say, guys, welcome to the show. This is what we do when we come on Spoon Share the show. Jeffrey Gray, it's always good to see you. My brother Tipos PK Dempster, it's good to see you. Dr. Richardson, call me on CMC show one day, please. I don't think some of your folks. Some of your full Binta ability will want to see me on there. I will deal with her according to the law.
Last night.
I will deal with her according to the law. Then when she on call me, when she on, you must call me. I will call her.
Okay, but
again,
why don't I Binta to the show?
If I Binta to what show?
To this show.
They show Lola for Binta. Yeah. They show Lola for Binta.
You accordingly.
But again, Augustine Tale, welcome to the show. Tafi Kwe, welcome to the show. Rabon Goned, it's always good to see you. Peterson Kale, it's good to see you. The name is Che Cooper. Che Cooper, how you doing? Matthias Al Sadat, Samuel Bessie Thomas. Asara Mita is in the house, and we got 4 more minutes to get rolling. The MCC report is out. The 2025-2026 MCC report is out. Some people say good. Some people say bad. Some people say in the middle. We will go back to look at CDC own. We got to look at Joseph Boakai own. And then the improvement, the downsides, we'll discuss it today. We're going to talk about the Asara Mita deal, who holding on to the deal. We got 3 individuals. Damo, please give us the picture. Justice Minister Oswald Tue, Double Jala, and that of Gafwan. These 3 individuals, they are to the neck of Joseph Yeman Boakai, refusing to sign the deal. And this is horrible that reaches him. Is the deal better for Liberia today, the Asara Mita deal? We need to discuss it. Because a lot of issues coming up, and Gafwan have not signed on it. They are saying that Gafwan, Justice Minister, and Double Jala, they are on the side of Ivan Hold. Ivan Hold is HPX, right? They are on that side. And the other people, they are on the Asara Mita side concerning this realm. Who will control this realm? All the conditions, Asara Mita have met all the conditions. And you heard that $200 million signing bonus will be coming to this government. It is in the budget for 2026. But there's a lot of issues. They had a meeting yesterday, and the president saying quietly, listen, you guys say I gave you guys 24 hours. 24 hours will be expiring 8 p.m. Liberian time. So it's expired already, by the way. And what will President Boakai do? Because this got to go to the lawmakers now for pure ratification. But HPX 12 million, Asara Mita 200 million. That's Richardson.
I plenty of money.
HPX say we give you 12 million because they say some 12 and either for 30 million. Asara Mita say we give you 200 million. Which one you think Liberian people should go for? Just you know, let me simple here. Let me real, right? 30 million that in the past, but they say we give you the 12 million, and then we give 200 million from Asara Mita. But the demands are different, and issue we get to it. I will share some information with you. But this is horrible. But, you know, Liberian people got to decide. When you leave 200 million for 12 million, my fellow Liberian, I'm asking you, though, the devils are in the details, right? But when you leave 200 million for 12 million, and I also want to say to you, the government is about to sell another 4 to 5 All Blacks. We thought it was 7, but again, the government, why you look at me like that?
Because of price.
Yeah. I mean, it's there. Offshore, inshore, whatever show. The government is about to give 4 to 5 All Black to some American company. One of the company you may know, they call Liberty Company. They from here in America. The other company will name them to you. Listen, it's a big show today. I want you to share it. I want us to have fun. But let's discuss the issue, right? The government, again, about to give up to 5 All Blacks. We thought it was 7, but give and take everything we know they're about to give up to 5 All Black. Gus Williams, something is happening. Nima Williams, something is happening. Just share the show, let invite somebody. I want to hear you. The All Black going again. They want to Oranto win. They want the Total win. Another 5 about to go. Money. But when you settle for $200 million from Asara Mita, and you want to settle for 12 million from HPX, what's your take, my fellow Liberian? You have to tell me which one will help this country. The budget went up to $1.2 billion. Gafwan put 95 million in it for himself. Did you listen to Gafwan today?
No, I did not.
Front Page Africa, we're gonna play. Yeah, Gafwan said that was Hima error, what they call it.
Oh, okay, yeah, I saw that. I did see that.
Gafwan said it was Hima error. How can you put Gafan is acting at Mamaka Benete? Mamaka Benete was asking for 84 million. Now it came down to 21.6 million. Mamaka Benete can't tell no more. Gafan put 95 million in the budget. Then Gafan came back today and said that human error. Who will believe Gafan? Gafan is fighting for his election 2029. Gafan is fighting for his election 2029. So it's up to you what you want to believe. But I'm telling you, it's something. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Somebody said, I'm going to leave you alone. I finished leaving you alone. I ain't worried about you. If somebody text me and say, leave Dr. Richardson alone. I don't know why the people that can be begging for you, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you.
Well, why begging, man? Why they be begging for you? Do they know that you can't handle yourself? I mean, why they be going around begging for you? I don't think anybody should beg for you. You can handle yourself. Whenever you appear, you're not on your CMC channel. We deal with you according to the law.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, man. So it's going to be a big show today. I'm going to say to all of you, we're going to get the guys coming on. Dr. Richardson, you went over the MCC report. We got it down. MCC. We got Asara Mittal deal and that of HPX. They call it Ivanhoe or Ivanhoe, whatever the name is. We got Gafan saying that it's a human error. The human error, sorry, I was going to eat your $95 million, but a human error. After it was discovered, Gafan think that the Liberian people are stupid, Titi. I don't know. Gafan think Liberian people are stupid, though. You put $95 million in there and you say human error. Does that make sense? Talk to me.
It doesn't make sense. And I was watching the show yesterday and somebody said, I think a few of your panelists said that when you're doing something as huge as a budget that will become law in Liberia, you need to check. You need to show your competency. You need to use other sources to make sure that you don't make such a mistake. And that mistake was very significant. So I don't know. I don't believe that it's human error or it is typographical, like he said. I think it was intentional. I think he should have double checked. Yeah, we can make mistakes, but that is just too much. And when we look at the budget, we see that many parts of it is not in the interest of the Liberian people center. And especially when we make that mistake and then we see that it's not in the interest of Liberian people, it raises a lot of questions. So I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was intentional.
They put them bad though. That Richardson, somebody send your text message. You say they send your text message. I know how they got your phone number. But read the person message now. But these people that they put them by, right? This is what the other person say. They say because Dr. Richardson on the show, thank God Kev will not be on the show today.
So that message, that text message they sent me?
No. They sent a message on your phone, not this one. But Kevin Dr. Richardson can count the same show. It doesn't matter. But I want to say to all of you, who we got in the back? Kanyo back, brother. How you doing, Kanyo? It's good to see you, Kanyo. Okay, he's zoomed in. Let's just forget about Kanyo and talk our team real quick. I want to say to all of you, Kanyo, can you hear us?
Very well, very well.
Yeah, but you acting like this place for you to come and bluff. Kanyo, this place are so many can come on the show. I don't know where you bluffing in from. You say very well. Get close to the microphone. Sit upright. Let's have a good show. No,
maybe I guess it's good. It's very kind of
sit upright. Get close to the microphone. Let's have a good show. This is not a audition era that you come. You say you're happily married. We respect that. You get 4 more, oh baby. We respect that. Nobody want you to go like the dollar up again. But ladies and gentlemen,
thank you for the free advertisement. Thank you for the free advertisement.
I want to say to all of you, man, we'll be starting the Spoon Talk. We're waiting for you to share the show. Let's make progress because, again, we got an MCC scorecard coming up. Again, we have the big one coming up for you today. It's the Asara Mittal and the HPX deal. Don't forget, another 5 All Black is on the market. Now, who's going to take those All Black? Well, what's the story behind the All Black? Don't forget the $364 million going to Pali 4 the company from Sierra Leone. Again, is this a good deal? The government is giving the Sierra Leone. The Orato deal is kind of stuck in the Senate right now because people are for and against, but this is the worst deal ever the executive has sent to the Senate. And again, the Total deal seems to be moving freely because, you know, Total is an American company and they cannot give kickback, so people are okay. But the Orato deal is too fishy, right? We got to bring you up to speed with all of this thing. What do you think? This is where we will come and talk the Liberian way. Something good is in the budget, but there are more bad things than good things in the budget. But even so, though, for GAFAN to say it was a human error, $95 million went somewhere, then GAFAN said a human error. So it means that GAFAN, as an accountant, that Richardson, didn't look at the budget he presented to the speaker. GAFAN, as an accountant, and that's the issue. This is what we talk about every day. That was a mistake by President Bouaka to bring GAFAN in as Minister of Finance. That's not his area. That's not his area. And you can go up and come down when the people begin to chant and call GAFAN tiffy, roll. You know, it's an embarrassment not only to the government. I'm going to start with GAFAN, right? It's an embarrassment not only to the government. And these guys, they are starting the agreement between ArcelorMittal, HPX, and the government of Liberia. You got three individuals that they have a cartel operation. GAFAN is supporting HPX, Double Jala is supporting HPX, and Oswatwa is supporting HPX. These three guys are supporting HPX, so they're doing everything they can that they can give. They are forming a company that will be responsible for the will. You know, and listen, guys, I will call the company name Connect. I'll give you the whole story tonight. Share the show, invite somebody. If the force me, I will show the document. I refuse to share the document with Karen because Karen was going to send it to GAFAN, so I don't trust Karen on this one. I refuse to share it with Karen. I share with other people in the chat room, but not with Karen. When Karen said fine, we just flash it to him. Then we choke him. But on a serious note, but I want to say to you, something strange happened in Staten Island, right? I believe that's our friend mother was celebrating the mayor of New York when he was running for his election. Let's take a look. I believe this is one of our friends that come on the show every day. No, guys, this is serious. I want you guys to tell me who mother is that. The old lady from Liberia is bidding a Sasa to the newly elected when he was campaigning. The woman said, the old lady said, I will vote for you. The old Liberian old lady. And she, you are welcome, you are welcome, you are welcome. I mean, the guys, Liberia have come too far. I know you want to play this again, right? But this is interesting, Dr. Richardson. Look at how beating that Sasa. What's the mayor name again? Madini from Uganda.
Oh, Madini, yeah.
Madana Nana. But I know their name, right? I want you to watch the video. Our brother, Tama Agedas, mother. And this is interesting, man. I love it. And she's in the American politics. Great man. The woman in the American politics.
I mean, I like.
Beautiful.
You like what? What do you like about this video?
I just like the fact that she's into United States politics, like you said. I like the fact that she's praising him, in as much as he's seen as a different type of politician in the United States. He's the youngest mayor of New York for a different religion, something that we've never seen. And she's appreciating that. She's appreciating diversity and differences. So I like that. I like the
And
fact that
I
she.
want us to hear from Tamba, right? I hope Tamba will come on tonight. And people say that Tamba mother, I really want to verify. I've been calling Tamba, he's not answering, but I really want to verify this, right? Great. Well, I mean, what say you? The Oman told got back to Lofa. Yeah, you are welcome. You are welcome. What say you, Greg?
She has paraded the Liberian culture to the world. I mean, that's a pure representation of a typical Liberian culture with the salsa. You know, when the women beat the salsa, you know for sure that it's traditional. So, you know, when you graduate in there, unfortunately, you didn't graduate from Liberia, so you know what I'm talking about. But when you go to school and graduate, you know, when those mothers come, man, they put the lapa down, they take the salsa, not the jump, but just the salsa, and the beating it, you know, that sound of appreciation. Deep secret appreciation from the mind. So she expresses herself sincerely, genuinely. But I love the fact that it brings to the public what Liberia is all about. I don't see many countries beating the salsa, but Liberia is unique to that salsa. So it's a big message.
Yeah, it is.
It's a big
Kind
message.
of, what do you think about the salsa beating? Our man, Tamba mother is in action, and she's celebrating the mayor. What do you think, Kayo?
Well, I think that it's a good way to celebrate democracy. I think our people can learn from that instead of engaging in mob action and trying to attack public officials. We should be more celebratory and more positive in the way we engage with things in our democracy. There's a lot to learn. If you follow that particular election, Mundani was somebody who came out of nowhere and basically fought his way to the top with a very clear message that resonated with a lot of the electorates in New York. So I think that's groundbreaking. The fact that somebody like her traditionally can connect to him says a lot, and that's a good thing. So my takeaway is that we should learn to be able to celebrate these things without being violent, without being, mob-oriented. People trying to be beating government officials and attacking them in public like they did with that. Let's let's be able to celebrate more and put the violence behind us. That's
you should have said that. You should have said that 20 years ago when CDC was throwing casket and you were celebrating them. That now you know
no,
that.
I never did that. I never celebrated the Tuesday of casket. My record is clear. That allegation is baseless.
You serve as a spokesperson. It means that you were.
I did.
You didn't raise it enough to condemn.
Follow my record. Follow my record. My record is clear.
Or stand and say yes, it was bad, but yes, and
no, I didn't say that. And my record is clear. It can be researched.
Let me move on. I think you.
So I've been very consistent in that regard.
You try to be fake now to say that it was bad. It's bad.
No, I'm being very real. When people mob PDC officials, I said it was wrong. I'm saying it today. You can be mobbing Gafwan for professional work.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, you say it was wrong, but you hang up, you ate it and abated them.
I did. I pointed it out. I told us know that
That's the issue. He's from Uganda. I believe his family told him, this is pure traditional. This is what they do in Uganda. This is what they do in Africa. This is what they do in Liberia. So it's a good thing, And the woman now, she's in the fries. She have gone viral. People are saying, well, she brought blessing to him. And again, it's good for our Liberian woman to get involved in the election process, not only in Liberia but outside of Liberia when you're outside of the country. And the Oma is from Patriot. The Oma told her son Tamba, I said, listen, I will vote for him. I like him. He's young, and the Oma supported him to each his own. And guys, I want to welcome all of you. We're going to have a great show today. It's always good seeing you. Whenever you come on Spoon Talk, what we do to each other, this is a friendly territory, but we're straightforward. We are bold. You say, I go after Kanye, you come after me, but he come after me with certain limitation because you cannot come to If you come too high, you will be suspended from the show. You know. So, but I got to go too high.
Is that a threat to you?
Oh yeah, we're gonna see what I'm gonna go for. I want us to start with this thing though. Let me play the other video. The LD. I love to play videos, right? You guys want to share the hey man. What did they do again? Damo, what did StreamYard do again to tear off and bring us back on? I don't know. Damo, are you with us? Damo Slanger.
I'm right. I'm trying to sort this thing out.
All right, thank you. So let's make progress. I know we just branched off from Spoon TV. We'll be back. Let me play this real quick again. The LDA guy, there you have him, dishing out money. Listen, watch the video.
Boss is sharing money on them, choking money on them. There you see them fighting. Who to get? And you see them go towards him. He's still chunking money. See, LD.
So, great. The deputy LDA director throwing money to his agent. What say you?
I mean, I just see a little bit different today. He been maybe they made a good breakthrough. They made a good game, and the excitement is there. I know that maybe in the public people may see it differently, but it's the excitement. It just reminds me sometimes of some political gathering you're in, and people running. But I think I don't know the reason behind it, but I see it as an excitement.
Okay, so you don't know the reason, but you think that's excitement.
Well, I don't know the reason.
All right, Kaya, what say you about this video? The deputy LDA boss throwing money to the young men and women out there, Kaya.
I mean, it's quite interesting. Apparently, being on the show is changing Akaras gradually. I expected him to come out with another version of condemnation, but the fact that he sees it different is quite refreshing.
Don't tell him.
I'm just joking, General. Let me come to my point. I'm just joking with the General. My own big brother over there. I'm just joking with you a little bit. You know, he's mellowing, but more seriously, I think more investigation needs to be done before one can reach any conclusion that may be negative in nature. One of the things I've observed about the LDA since Fitzgerald Biago, who is the current OIC, took over, there seems to be, greater morale.
LDA, we are not into the LDA talking. I just say, what do you think about this video? Let's make it sure.
But that's what I'm talking about, CEO. I'm talking about the video.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the video.
You don't even have to watch you. You won't go explain about the entire LDA.
But the video is about the LDA, no? Isn't it?
No, it's not about the LDA. Don't explain about the whole program. We're talking about LDA.
It's not about the DA?
No. It's about the man throwing money. What say you? Good or bad?
No, what I mean, are they DA officers?
The man throw money, good or bad?
No, but you won't make it yes or no. Like Dr.
Richardson.
The madam just said, Richardson just said, right? Certain things are not yes or no. Because you got to put it in context.
Dr. Richardson, what you make about this LDA guy throwing money? I'm not hearing you, Dr. Richardson. You are muted. I'm not hearing you.
Can you play the video again? I had to take an important phone call.
Okay, let me play the video. Please tell Musada to disrupt us tonight. He can call you after the show, please. All right, okay. Let me play the video again.
And their boss is sharing money on them.
Is that what you said? That you have? What do you think?
Well, I want to say that the idea of throwing money and that kind of dancing, it may be a cultural thing, but it can also be very kind of degrading to people when throwing wealth or throwing money at them. So it seems to it's like it's maybe their boss, maybe it's a moment of happiness for those guys, but from a different perspective, it can seem like you're just throwing money at somebody, or you throwing money at because you have it. You showing your position of power, your wealth. So maybe it's something that we need to work on in our culture, or maybe it's a cultural thing. That's what I'm thinking about it. I didn't like looking at it. Let me just tell you the fact. I'll be careful to behave in that way.
The LDA boss is Ernest Tappet, the deputy. There's a guy that used to work for the NSA, Ernest Tappet, right? In the video. So what you want to say? I think it doesn't look good. What was the operation? And I know, Greg, you just say in the video, so you couldn't investigate further. What were the operation? The video was captured the way in which it was captured. To tell you the truth, he didn't know. We'll explain the operation later as we move on. And there's a reason why I am playing the video. Let's be frank, folks. Say what you want to say. It got a long touch to it. And if you follow Ernest Tappet record, it will explain a lot to you. From the NSA, now he's acting LDA boss, deputy. I'm going to leave it at that. My brother can go in the history of the LDA. They were just burning drugs and they were shooting. If you follow that story, Greg, yesterday or 2 days ago, they were burning some drugs and they were shooting. And you went on Facebook again, some people, when they want to do some drugs first, they said 4 people died, got drowned. How that happened is mystery. Maybe you guys missed it. And we will go through it. I want to say, folks, share the show. I think we are reconnected again. I will say to you, a lot of story beyond this thing that we just showed. I would not make any comment further than what I just said. But that originally, I agree with you. It's more to the story. Guys, let's get into the scorecard issue. We have the MCC scorecard. We talk about the APM, the Metal, and the HPX deal. The human error that Gafan talked about, we'll dig into it as per the budget. We got a great show. All of you, share the show. Let's make progress. What say you about the MCC report scorecard? We'll start with our brother, the councillor, Kanyo Bala. Kanyo, you got your 2 minutes, my friend. Let's hear you, your opening. The first topic is the MCC scorecard, Kanyo.
Well, thank you. The first thing I'll say is one must look at the scorecard in terms of what it means for our country generally, and not necessarily what it means for a particular segment or a particular political orientation. Most often when we discuss these kinds of feedback associated with how our country's performance is rated in different quarters, you find most people want to take it from, when it was CDC time, it was this, now it's UP time, it's that. And I know it's natural because everyone wants to perform, politically outperform the other. But ultimately, I think we should approach it from a country first perspective, at least from a centrist perspective, that if it's good for the country, it's good for the country, regardless of who is in power at that point in time. That said, I think there are some very good things in this MCC scorecard report. And I think there are a lot of areas that I will phrase as challenges also within the report that we need to address. For example, On freedom of information, which if you ask me to give you a clear example of that, in which we are around the 98% area, it tells us that we are a very strong and vibrant democracy. The fact that we can come and sit on Spoon under your leadership as the head of the Spoon Network and criticize government consistently, day after day, raising critical issues about people who lead the government, shows that our democracy is burgeoning, is solid. And that's one of the areas where we excelled within the MCC scorecard. Another area that comes out very strongly, and again, this is something that is so important to governance in our country, is the issue of control of corruption. Yes, nowadays we keep having a conversation about the challenges of corruption. Even now, we want to know about transparency, amongst other things. But in control of corruption, interestingly, we passed it. Even though we did not pass with very glowing colors, but we passed it, which is indicative that steps are being taken by this administration under the leadership of President Boakai to respond to the challenges of corruption. The suspensions, the investigations, the indictments, all show a measure of political will, whether from the LACC, the FIA, the Asset Recovery Team. All of those combined presidential action shows that we are making some effort in fighting corruption and controlling corruption, and that's why we passed. Government accountability also shows that there is a level of responsiveness to the citizens, that in spite of all that is going on, the government is quite aware that it has a responsibility to the citizens. So that's there. But like I said, those are very good things. The fact that we're controlling corruption, the fact that freedom of information, all of that is very good. But there are also areas of challenges that are there. For example, on the rule of law, it says that we can do more to improve on the rule of law. For example, judiciary, in the judiciary, the issue of case backlog. That means access to justice can be quite slow. How do we improve it? The new Chief Justice have been shaking up the judiciary, trying to improve those things. So hopefully we see improvements in the nearby future in those areas. Investor confidence, and the question of court judgment being implementable. They also mentioned that all of that is within the rule of law and they are challenging areas. Finally, the other point I will make in terms of challenges, because there are quite a few, is around government effectiveness. What the report points out in terms of government effectiveness is that when you run a government primarily to deliver services to the people. That's why you are putting power. So we've now been talking about this $1.2 billion budget. But to be effective, that money needs to go down to the grassroots. If we got 50,000 there for a hospital in Bokonjede, let that money get there. That's a mark of effectiveness. And what this report says is that we're not doing as much as we could do to be that effective. All right. So on the overall, in my preliminary comments, I know we may have the time to go into more details as you normally do, CEO. But I would say that there are very good things in this report, and there are also some challenging things. But on the overall, if you look at the macro grading of the report, we passed, because we passed more than 50% of the key areas in the report. And I think that's absolutely good for the country. And it speaks well about the future, where we can go under the leadership of President Boakai. Thank you.
Okay, so guys, you observe that uninterrupted for 6 minutes, our brother Kanye spoke. The reason why the other folks gonna join us, but we'll give enough time for everybody to clear the chairs on the opening. We are discussing the MCC report that came out today. The Millennium Challenge Corporation, United States of America, put up the 2026 Labrador Scorecard. What say you? We'll get deeper. We'll talk about the plus, the good thing in it, the bad thing in it, and then we'll argue the past government and the current government, were there any improvement? Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. You read the report. You listen to Brother Kayo Bala. What say you?
So I want to say that it's always a good thing when our country is eligible or meets the requirement to get money from international donors. Okay. Let me also say that it can be a good thing. So by us passing this MCC scorecard, it suggests to our Liberian people and to our government that we meet the criteria for us to get a significant amount of money that we Liberians can pray will trickle down to our people. But I also want to state that having been around a lot of numbers and data, I want to read something from the MCC page, and I'm sorry, Stinter, I didn't send it to you. And what it tells us that the way that decisions are made about this, the money, the data they use is quite interesting. It says that the board, however, recognizes that even the best available data have inherent challenges. Okay, so I want us to know that the decisions that were made to say whether it would pass or fail came from data that was presented to the board. And these data have challenges. For example, they have data gap. They have real-time event versus data lags. They have the absence of narratives. So sometimes how they came up with these decisions, I don't know if they talked to people in Liberia or not. So these absence of narratives about how they came up with, child health. They also have other data features affect each indicators. Having said that, I want to say that this report is very inconsistent to me because I don't know how we could do so. We could fail the rule of law, but yet pass government accountability. We could pass property and land rights, but yet fail natural resources and protection. We could fail child health, but yet pass chronic diseases and health expenditure. So all of these inconsistent things that are happening to me, they were all riddled in the report. Makes me wonder how data was gathered to present this report. The last thing I want to say is that I found it interesting that our centrists and no harm meant to you were using words like interestingly we passed control of corruption, as if you were surprised, like you used to say interestingly. And he said he actually said justice is quite slow, but yet we have government accountability as something that we pass. So I just wanted to make those few points, like, my major point, I'm happy that we're getting some money, but I'm also questioning how we came up with these scores. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. We'll put up the score as it is on the MCC page or the website, and we want you to follow through. What did we pass? How much did we pass? Have we made any significant gain? Did we pass more than required? The overall. I want you to be part of the show, folks, as we dive into the issue. We are back on Facebook. We are back on YouTube. You can find us with all of our relays from the Voice of Liberia. Again, thanks to Sekou Sharif and his team. You can find us on Spoon FM, on Super FM, on Fabric, on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook, all of our pages, and let's have fun. Share the show. We will get to you, and we'd like to hear from you. The Honorable Akaris, most great. Let's hear you.
There's no way you will detach the comparative analysis all of this, because when you have a group of people who take to the social media and think that they've done excellent, and begin to criticize, then you wonder if somebody score 50 and someone score 70, what kind of comparative analysis is that? For me, I'm not saying that they may not have reached the mark, but is that mark significant enough to put you in a kind of a category for praises? I say no. All right, look, you can say anything, you can do anything. Once you don't pass the rule of law, it's troubling for any country around the world. The rule of law is the most significant benchmark for any governance process. The issue of the rule of law. When you consistently fail the rule of law, it says a lot. It says a lot about the safety of your own citizens. It says a lot about the safety of other foreigners who live within the territorial confines of your country. It says a lot about investment and attracting investors into your country. It says a lot about the justice system of your country. How can other people come? It affects the fabric of the society if you begin to fail the rule of law. Everything is affected by the rule of law. How do you seek justice, for example, when the rule of law is not respected? The U.S. State Department reported the issue of torture, for example, pretrial detention, for example, excessive bail bond, for example. All of those things, it means a lot to our country. So when you have 12 and someone has 14, I know whether 12 oranges more than 14 oranges, especially the quality 14 oranges. But the concern here is this. Let's agree that you pass all 22. That will reduce taxation across the country and our people will be able to celebrate. That will put food on the table of the people. I would love to set this example in Raritan Market. That will put money in the pocket of the people when employment opportunity not available, when people are being taxed very high, and the entire fabric of the society is crumbling and hungry. Y'all will bring all. They can celebrate. I saw people celebrating. I was just smile. I said, what is this? Do you think that the old lady in Raritan Market does not understand the hardship? You think you're going to tell them say inflation dropped to 2%, and they don't see in the price of Bellabo or Pepe? And when they go home, the children are hungry, they cannot send their kids to school. Y'all be talking about MCC scorecard. Okay? What good is it to pass and you don't have a job? What good is it to be an A student after graduation? The man who is a C student will get a better job than you. What good is it? What do I mean by that? This government running with the wrong thing. Confront the challenges, the daily challenges of the country that range from the economy of the country, the ordinary people. They are living in extreme poverty, not just abject poverty, but the poverty is to the extreme level in the history of this country. You see in the faces of the people, the tear into this government will be devastating. So tell your MCC scorecard and put in your pocket and go sit down on the bourgeoisie table while the plebeians and the masses are crying. They don't have anything to call. You know, today I just jokingly I put some guys who do some work for me. My friend called me, oh, the MCC scorecard. I said, just wait. Let me put the people on. So I asked the man, I said, you know, MCC score is what it calls scorecard. I said, that means that hunger finish in the country. He said, what? I'm very serious, my friend. When you know the party, I don't want to lie today. They were shouting. MCC, I said, my man, if you think I'm lying, just go in the market, you know that people right around me, they're working for me. Okay? I got a lot of people working around. So I told them, I said, you know what they call MCC scorecard? The guys were like, what they call MCC scorecard? Nobody knew about that thing. Nobody thinking about it. Until you settle the bread and butter issue in this country, I can guarantee you, you can build mountains across the country. You can build the best buildings across the country. When the people are hungry, they cannot be fed, and poverty is straight striking across the land. Be celebrating. Let the bourgeoisie celebrate. Well, no, time coming. The time of reckoning is coming, and you will see it for yourself.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Greg. Let's welcome Wanto. Let's welcome Vendetta Patrick, and let's welcome Emmanuel Josh. It's good to see you guys. I want to say, let me. I'm going to bring in Vendetta Patrick first. VP, thank you for joining us. Let's hear you on the MCC scorecard. Wanto, you can come in, Wanto. VP is not ready. Come in, Wanto.
Thank you, Stanton. I have a lot of revelation today to be laid out. First, one is the real conversation in the scorecard is primarily not passing the scorecard. It's the indicators. The indicator is a policy blueprint that provide the government specific understanding to where the country is directing. And what we haven't realized that this scorecard came at a most precise moment where the budget is at a projected point. So conversation on this scorecard should be very critical in informing where our budgetary allotment should be. There's something very interesting that we have to talk about. One, the first and most important thing is the employment workforce breakdown. So if you check the scorecard, I did a research in 2015. Or Stanton, if you check the employment indicator, it was 100% in 2015. In the current 2026, it collapsed to 9%. It's a very interesting indicator, and I hope all of the panelists can see, what specifically what I mean, from 100% to a collapse of 9%. And then you have the girls' primary education completion, which is also another failure at 36%. You got a rule of law. I'm not going to go into the rule of law because we all know about the rule of law. But the economy and workforce breakdown is very interesting to talk about. One is the child care and the maternal health care failures. I've received data tonight that justify that the MCC is right. And after the show, I'll be sharing the data in the chat board, and I'll post the data as well on social media. Standard healthcare is extremely terrible. Let me share what the data is. There's a weekly from the epidemiology bulletin. There's a weekly data that's all we provide maternal health care and child care in the country. The data in 2025 alone recorded 206 maternal deaths and 961 neonatal deaths, 91% occurring in health facilities. And the other aspect is we also provide child health care indicator. 36% was pointed in the MCC scorecard. In that 36%, our child health care shows that there is extreme leverage of failure in our healthcare system. Children are dying consistently. And the data is available. The data is not outside of government. It's being projected directly from government. So there's a lot. Even the mesopox, there's another indicator that shows 52% of people who contacted measles were primarily vaccinated. So there's a conversation on where we're getting our vaccine from. So many things in our healthcare employment, and and we'll talk more about it tonight. Just my opinion, I want to lay out that we must go beyond just passing the scorecard. Where should we do better? That's the conversation. Where are we, and how can we be able to grow from that failure? And that's the general conversation we need to have nationally today.
So the only thing you're taking away, that's the healthcare. Okay, let me bring in Emmanuel George. Eman, it's good to see you, Dr. George. Eman, can you unmute?
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, Dr. Richardson. Good evening, Councilor Bala. Good evening, Honorable Grain, and good evening, Wanto. Yeah, the scorecard is all Stanton. I would just, I know we have an elaborate conversation on this, so I will start with my opening by thanking the Liberian people for being on the show this evening and being part of this conversation. There are areas that I'm seeing that we seem to agree with Wanto. When you look at the child health in 2024, we are at 37%. 2025, we came down to 36%. And then we maintain that 36% in this current scorecard. But when you go to trade policy, that's where I'm concerned. 2024, and it's this government pattern, so maybe the officials can read it. 2024, we're at 63%. 2025, we went all the way down to 21%, and we added 2% to go to 23% in 2026. So this is our initial thought. As we continue the conversation, we bring up more thoughts around these areas. Yes, we passed, and I want to congratulate the government for that. But there are sectors that we seems to be failing. We seems not to be reading the scorecard very well, and we are not trying to pass the area we failed in the past, but we seems to be actually working very hard to fail in the area that we fail in. Thank you.
I don't know whether we'll be able to hear Vendetta. Patrick, let's try him again. VP, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Thank you. We can hear you too. We're talking about the MCC scorecard. Let's hear you.
Yeah, so I've been following the conversation. It's good to be back. As a matter of fact, I got a Starlink now, but it's still giving some problems. I don't know. I hope my village people are now working behind the scene. But gentlemen, it's good to be back to see brand presentations. Look, CEO, I don't know why some of us want negative about this country. The benchmark was to have 10 out of 20. Liberia met 10, I think 11. The country passed. We passed, we make a pass. So let's celebrate the gains. Are we saying that it's the government alone that make the pass? I said, no, it's a collective effort. Civil society, policy makers, Spoon FM, Spoon TV, Spoon Talk, and all our individuals, both in the public and private sector. When we get this money to invest in the economy, to improve the lives of our people, the money will not only address problems faced by oppositions or problems faced by people in the Unity Party. Sometimes we have to be patriotic. Let's put aside our political caps and look at the best interests of this country. Liberia made a pass. That is undisputed. We made a pass. How did we arrive at this time? We failed before. I was one of those that did not celebrate when we failed in the previous years. We were always saying we should improve. CEO, you were here. I led a protest at the Capitol building to say what you are doing to Fonati is wrong. You cannot. It's unconstitutional. Today, Adele Ning, regroup CEO, because we went in defense of the rule of law. And what we predicted then, that's what happened. So the government failed in that. And they are listening to us. But in other areas, the government made a pass. The most significant issue here to discuss is Liberia made a pass. And we should be expecting 350 million to 500 million, $500 million. Do I want that money to come in the economy? Yes. Do I pray that Liberia doesn't pass? I say no, I will not. Sometimes you have to prioritize the significance of humanity over political disagreements. There are a lot of people who are suffering in the country. And the fact that Liberia strive, who made Liberia?
Vendetta, we do another round and we'll hear everybody. It's good that you get Starlink now. It's good that you get Starlink. We'll do another round. So let's move on and get into the Vendetta. Thank you very much. We'll get into the juice of this passing. It's good that we open the show like this. Well, is this the first time Liberia have passed? Is this the first time Liberia passed? MCC. Did Liberia pass MCC under George Manawea? That Richardson? Did Liberia pass MCC under George Manawea? Without hearing that Richardson, you got to unmute yourself, man.
I do recall, I believe the end of last year, 2024, didn't they? They passed MCC.
Councillor, Kario, Bala. The Liberia pass MCC under George Manawea? All right, let me go to Akaris Gray. Councilor already. Akaris, Labrador Pass, MCC Honor, George Manabuya. 6 years term.
Excellent.
Labrador Pass, right?
Better grade than now. Yeah.
1, 2.
Sure. The last indicator was 14 indicator pass. 2023.
Well, what year?
2023.
2023, it was 14 out of 20.
Yeah, 14 indicator.
And this time around, this passing now is what? 12?
Yeah, it's 12.
11.
It's 11 days, right?
It's 12, I believe. So let's put the result up. Let us try to. So 1, 2. Go on MCC website and let's put it up, right?
Okay.
And I don't want anybody to feel that this is a bad thing for Labrador, Emmanuel George. Do we need the MCC money? Yes, hell yes, we do. What's the improvement in those indicators? Are there any improvement? Can we outline the areas that Labrador failed that are reaching? I'm talking about 2026. And can we outline the area that Labrador passed? Inflation, grain, 8.2. Trade policy, 2.3, red. Access to credit, 31%, red. International market access, 93%. Property and land rights, 67%. Regulatory quality, 51%. Women in the economy, 68%. Employment opportunity, 9%. Business startup, 45%. Market competitiveness, 60%. That's just the first round on the economic freedom. Dr. Richardson, let's talk about this. Which one of these indicators will hit home directly to the man Mary? Which one? 10, we got 4 in red and we got 6 in green. But which one is so important right now?
I would say employment opportunities, with access to credit, business startup. Those, women in economy, we passed, so that's important. Inflation tells us how much money, the power of our money. We passed that, but employment is huge. The ability or the accessibility of job for the Liberian people. That's huge for me.
So, Dr. Richardson, inflation, which is so important in our country, in any country, Labrador passed in inflation. Trade policy, we are way underwater, 23%. Access to credit is bad for the country. This is the takeaway for me. Employment opportunity. Employment opportunity. How bad is this? If the people cannot get job, and this is knocking, going home. Emmanuel, employment opportunity. The government cannot create job. The government not creating job. The government, the argument that they don't make every day, that we're taking the Liberian people job and giving it to foreigners, and we are not creating job. The little that the Liberian people should be doing, we are giving it to Asala Mita and other Indian people there. What's going on here? If this continue, we can win this compact, we can win the $500 million. But an argument from the opposition can be made that the government have neglected her people on employment opportunity. What say you?
Yes, I mean, if you look at the past years, we've been 100%. Coming to 2026, we dropped to 9%. So it shows that that this government is not interested in creating employment opportunities for our people. I want to agree with Vendela, his point that we should be celebrating this. But I remember my late father used to tell me when we come home with 70%, he would congratulate, say you passed, but at walking state you got, I can break anytime. You know, so yes, we can be excited that we pass, but there's critical areas in this report that we should see. We should start asking ourselves the question, Vendela. If we had 100% on employment opportunity in 2023, 100% employment opportunity in 2024, 100% employment opportunity in 2025. Coming to 2026, your employment opportunity comes down to 9%. That's just alarming. If you drop from 100 to 9%, it's extremely alarming. So in as much as we want to share this report, we should question ourselves. What happened? Why is it that we lost 91% in an area that we're doing very well in? And the fact of the matter is that this government is not interested in creating the environment where Liberians like you, Vendela, and myself can have the opportunity to compete and be employed, not only in the government sector, but in the non-government sector. Yesterday, we started the show by showing members of the legislature who lost their election begging to work in government, because the government of Liberia is the only employer we have right now. I'm not missing the only employer, but it's the largest, the biggest employer in the country. So everybody seems to be running to the government of Liberia. The private sector is not growing. We are not growing employment opportunities in our area, and that's the big thing. But added to this, Vendela, is the failure we are experiencing in access to credit. Because if we have to build the small market industry, if our Liberian sisters that go to China, that go to Ghana, we have to have money to grow their businesses, we must create an avenue where those small business holders will have access to credit. So yes, I join you in congratulating this government, but I'm alarmed as the massive failure we have in the most important part of the most important place that we should be looking at, the 9% that we have in employment opportunity. And that is the reason why we continue to mention Mr. Alexander B. Cummings, because when he spoke to his own budget of $1 billion, he spoke to the fact that Mansera, Ntewata, they will have the opportunity to participate. Kema, that goes to China every year to get her business going, we have access to the money she needs. Our cocoa farmer, December is coming. Our cocoa farmer that will be harvesting and they will need money. We have access to credit so that they will be able to continue the work they are doing. But many of them will be going around Liberia and begging for funds in order for them.
I want you right there. Thank you, guys. And let's take that one. No, I beg you for that. I go for your time. Don't put your finger up. Go for your time. And everybody have to speak to this issue. We're taking one at a time. Let's hear our brother, Councilor Kayo Babala. Councilor Babala, let's hear you on this employment opportunity. And we'll go to all the other grains. We'll make this thing interesting today. But let's help our folks. Employment opportunity, 9%. Talk to us, Councilor.
Well, firstly, I'm an intellectual. When I read reports, I tend to interrogate the basis for the values that are contained in those reports. I don't just swallow it hook, line, and sinker. The dramatic decrease in the value for employment suggests a number of things. When you move from 100% to 9%, it either asserts that, one, there may have been a change in the methodology for measuring employment that accounts for that dramatic difference. Because in a phase of just 3 years or so, you cannot say that you had employment at 100% and now it is at 9%. It's important to point that out. And the MCC report also asserts that the methodology used in certain categories, they tend to vary them at times. So for example, around employment, there are times when they focus on both the formal and informal sector using certain kinds of indicators. And there are times when they tend to focus largely on the formal sector. As yet, I haven't done that investigation, but it's important to point out that the methodology could account for that dramatic change, because normally Even if the change is going to be in a negative fashion, it does not change by 91%. That said, what is my observation? I think clearly, as I pointed out in my opening comments, that there are excellent things to celebrate in this report, because what it does is that it qualifies us for what is called a threshold program, meaning we have done stable performance as a country, and therefore we can be engaged in order to improve upon it. But also there are gaps. One of the areas around gaps is clearly the question of jobs. And this is persistent. It's not just starting today, it's been persistent, that we must create more jobs. I will throw out something that's starting for you to mull upon. Since this whole dramatic decrease is being highlighted as something that is monumental. If we are saying that we were at 100% 3 years ago, or how many so years ago, are you saying at that time that we had the level of jobs in our economy at 100% that people were satisfied? Is that what we're saying? The question of job has always been a persistent issue. So now at 9%, what we need to recognize is that the methodology accounts for the decrease, but more needs to be done to create jobs. That's why, as I conclude, HPX investing $1.8 billion in the economy is good for jobs. Having companies that are coming and investing like energy, the energy giant from France, Total, is good for production of jobs. And all of these are going to carry the metrics up.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Guys, we will take it step by step because it's important. You know, we got about maybe 2 more hours to go, but we want you to give it your best shot. I can't mostly agree. I will put this up again. Job, right? And we'll go back to the other argument and point out the other issue. 9% employment opportunity, 0 under this government. We will go back to the 2023-2024 report. We are talking about the 2025-2026 report. If job is a key to this government, we are in trouble to have only 9% at this time, as per the MCC report. What say you, my brother?
It promised the people economic redemption. We cannot sugarcoat it. We cannot defend the indefensible, because there is a solemn commitment you made to the people. Nobody coerced you during your political manifesto deliberation and the campaign you ran across the country that you have redeemed the people economically. When business startup is a challenge, employment it is. You got to start up a business. You got to have the initial capital. Then you will employ people to work in your business entity. So no wonder why employment opportunity, this government failed in it, because the issue of a business startup, of initial capital, is not just there. It's clear, it's written. Go to the issue of access to credit. Business people will always credit, they will always take loan. But if the petty traders, if our sisters and our brothers who will leave this country, go to Nigeria, Ghana, China, and other areas, cannot have access to loan, to credit, to be able to sell and pay, how will you create employment opportunities? So there can be no debate. The government desperately performs when it comes to the issue of employment opportunity, not just in governmental cycle of the selective employment that is ongoing, but even in the private sector. Look at Musa Bedeto, for example. You know how many persons he had employed? You throw monkey wrench into his business entity. You undermine employment. You're taking jobs from people. There are other people who you claim that they not support your entity. You run after them. You disintegrate their businesses. Liberian businesses are bidding, winning bids. You take it from them and give it to your proteges. Don't we have Liberian companies that could do the construction of the Western Road all the way to Grand Cape Mercante, from Morovia to Bapolu to Bomi to Grand Cape Mercante? Can we empower one entity in Liberia, but you take it and give it out? You undermine domestic employment in the country. So sometimes when people come here with these facts, and people say you hate the government, no, we don't hate the government, because the government itself has demonstrated administrative ineptitude and its inability to demonstrate and to execute what they committed to do.
Thank you very much. Let hold you right there. Let hold you. And guys, listen, maybe thank you on a great thank you. And maybe we're gonna like this though. And I'm enjoying the team tonight because we are making a lot of good things coming out. Don't forget, we still have the asset recovery and what is going on in the court. We'll bring it to you. Dr. Richard is saying, I want you to speak on this, and we'll go to our brother for Dr. Patrick. Hold on 1 minute. We are talking about employment opportunity down 9%. This is huge. This is huge. It means that the government have not employed anyone. The government is not thinking about employing anyone. Gafwan is lying when he say job. It's not in Gafwan interest. But just yesterday, employment opportunity 100%. The Unity Party government have taken the employment opportunity from 2023. It was at 100%. It's way down to 9%. 91% deficit. They have erased the opportunity of anybody getting a job. Say what you want to say. Talk about what my brother Kanye is talking about. He playing games. Now Kanye want to wait for the MCC money to bring job in the country. But the letter that we have, we are not creating job. But Kanye said, get all your money, we'll create job and we'll satisfy you. Now Kanye saying that, listen, we can create job, but 2 years in this government. And I know the UP people will get very with me, but common sense to tell you, at least, couldn't they keep it up to 75%, maybe 50%? But to bring the thing down to 9% that the richest said, it's the President Bouaka and Gafwan and Double Jala and the entire government. They have no clue about creating jobs. They have no one clue. They want the American people money, but they have not created a goddamn job for anyone. That's why we find people having problems in the country. That's why the people after Gafwan and say you're a liar, you're a criminal, and they're protesting against Gafwan. That's why the country is so hard that the rich is saying, because they have no clue. They cannot create a job. That's why Cooper Cry is saying work permit for $9,000, $7,000, and he gave him $3,000 to the government. That's been a large. That the rich is saying. 2023, 100%. 100%. Today, Arnold Joseph Bouaka, 2 years in his government, 9%. What do you want to tell us? Unmute yourself, Dr. Richardson. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I started the conversation by saying I see a lot of consistency in the methodology. You know, a couple of years ago, the methodology showed that we were, you know, reaching 100% in employment opportunities, but now we drop all the way to 9%. And I read the methodology. It says that in the end, it is left with the discretion of the board members, okay? And I will encourage our audience to also go and look and see who the board members are. It will give you some interesting thoughts about how they may have arrived at these decisions. Notwithstanding, I would say that I don't tend to emphasize our country depending on foreign sources for employment or for us to have ideas on how to make employment in our country. We have a lot of good resources. We have a lot of things, a lot of people in our country that are hardworking, that, you know, that can be employed, that employment can be made. So why do we depend on other people, you know, to create jobs in our country? And the report is so inconsistent in a way that it tells us that how can we pass inflation when inflation tells us about our buying power? If you don't have job, you don't have money, how are you able to buy? So this is one of the inconsistencies that I'm talking about. How can we pass the ability to purchase when we fail the ability to have jobs? So I'm saying that, yes, I'm happy that we'll get $250,000 or more, but I hope that it goes to the right agencies. I hope that we use that money for the Liberian people. And also, I hope that we will become increasingly self-reliant than to be rejoicing because we are getting this money when we can get more from our own resources and from our own human resources, from our materialistic resources and the human resources. So thank you. That's what I have to add.
Thank you very much. Something I want you to look at, what we go down to Wanto and Dr. and my Alberta VP. 2024 report, 100% great on employment. 2023, 100%. What happened from 2024 coming into 2025? Wanto. What really happened? Wanto. From 2023, we got 100% unemployment. 2024, employment opportunity 100%. 2025, we go down to 9%.
Yeah.
And imagine, let's say this. You know what people are saying? Because California is an accountant, he doesn't know how to do this thing. But it's about the government. Say what you want to say about Samuel Twelve. He took you out of the whole 2023. He gave you 100% job opportunity, employment opportunity. His result reflected in 2024 as well. Now you on your own. Then you brought us down to 9%. Want to talk to me?
Yeah, it's very interesting, and Standard, that's the reason we're trying to be able to bring people attention that the scorecard is not just about Liberia Pass. There are very interesting indicators here that shows that we are in a very extreme crisis, and that that extreme crisis that we have right now is the unemployment crisis. Standard, you're right. How can the unemployment ratio drop from 100% to 9%? You know, this is extremely terrible, 100% to 9%. But you know what is very interesting, Sandra? I'm pointing you to another interesting fact. What the guys are celebrating right now called control corruption, that passed on a CDC, the same statistic, it didn't change. So in 2023, Liberia also passed the control corruption, that the United Party guys are passing around saying, yes, government control corruption. The same figure in 2023, it's never changed. So the conversation here now is that where in the entire report we should look at as our failure. Healthcare is extremely horrible in the report. You know, unemployment is extremely horrible in the report. And this is where we are. If young people in this country cannot have employment opportunity, then this is where the bread and butter issue is. You know, even the TVET skill, vocational opportunity. Even our current budget to this standard is not even meeting that demand of the unemployment in our country. So this is not partisanship. It's being as honest as possible that this is completely a shit show. And, you know, and we have to be honest about it. If the unemployment can drop from 100% to 9%, then it's very concerning. It's very, very concerning. You know, and I hope all of the panelists here can take away their political cap and be honest as possible to say, let's forget about it. The Liberia, anybody say Liberia Pass, I will intellectually disrespect you. This is not a conversation. Liberia Pass is not the conversation. If you come on the show and say Liberia Pass, then you have nothing to say. We should speak.
Yeah. So why? Because with Dr. Patrick Starlink internet giving problem. Let's do another round on this. Let's come to you, Emmanuel George. I'm concerned about what is happening in our country, right? The people care less when you talk about, you know, you're building roads. It's not putting food on the table, Emmanuel George. Say as it is. There's no job opportunity. The university, they are graduating, they are putting students up. Emmanuel, they are graduating. Tens of thousands students. They're going to be saying to Kafle in the market because no job. Emmanuel, people are going to get keke and pen because what they went to school for, there is no opportunity. Employment opportunity have dropped at 91%. 2 years it was stable. It dropped now. Why can this government tell us? We can talk all day about this MCC thing. Thank God it's up. I didn't see my friend then put your result, and I see my own friend and brother Mame put your result and saying they won't pass. But Mame creating his own graph. Mame putting his own graph up to tell the Liberian people, say which person passed and which person failed. The bottom line, folks, let's look at the MCC graph. We shouldn't follow Mame graph that he himself put together and do ABC. This is a joke from my brother Mame. Let's go into the substance. The last person from CDC was 14. This government get 12 today. Can this government improve? But let's go into the indicators. And that's why I kept quiet. Y'all going back and forth in the chat room. I didn't put my mouth inside, right? You didn't see me talking. Because I was looking at the indicators. And it is important for us to come tell the Liberian people, oh my papa, you got work today? The man said no. You going to work? I ain't got no work. Oh. People will hire you, nobody hiring in the country. The government under President Bouaka drastically dropped the ball on employment. The government under President Bouaka dropped the ball, and I will tell you who fault it is. Because when Burma Kamara was there, we didn't see this, right? Here come Gafwan. And we down to 9%. Tell me if Gafwan said that we'll go to negative 0.000, negative 0.000, negative 0.000. Because Gafwan is not a job creator individual. But let's close on this. I want us to move to the next one. Let me hear you while you close on the Emmanuel George, and we'll come to break.
Yes, Stanton. Let me just credit one of our listener, Benjamin Ewan, and I gave a definition what the Millennium Compact Challenge definition of employment opportunities, right? The indicators: ending slavery, forced labor, preventing employment discrimination, protecting the rights of workers and people with disabilities. That's that indicator. That's why it looks for Canio. So that indicator is looking for those things, and that is where we fail massively. We in that area, and I agree with Canio. When you have such a big drop in percentage, things change. But the Millennium Compact is very clear about the definition of what they term as employment opportunity. And it's serious, Tenston, because there are things that I see in this report that marries one another, right? That should support each other. We passed. We went 93% with international trade, international trade opportunity. 93%. We as high as that for international trade opportunity. But then for our people to have access to credit, we come all the way down. We don't give them. So how would the Liberian people, the ordinary Liberian people, those Liberian and ladies that travel to China, Ghana, Nigeria, doing business in between, how will they succeed when there is great access to the international market, but there is no money available for them to access what they should access? And then let me end on this unemployment thing. Look, I agree with you. The University of Liberia plus the satellite university in Liberia and all the other mushroom university in Liberia will be trunking us students very soon. Those students have to be employed, but they will not have the opportunity because this government have not made it a priority to bring in investors, to attract investors into our country that will give opportunity to all these students graduating from all these different kind of university, the proper university, the mushroom university, and the satellite university to give them this opportunity to enter. And I think that's where the government should also help, because some of these mushroom universities, they really need to close them down. So and this satellite.
So we get it. Let's just stay focused on topic, Emmanuel. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. George. Vendetta, can you hear us? Are you okay now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So, see, one thing we are not being able to tell people is to break it in simple terms. Are we suggesting here that the government is 100%? We say no. The government denied. And in fact, no government will perform 100%, just so you know. Ellen came with poverty reduction strategy. At the end of the day, she told all corruption was a vampire. Joe came with Propo. State things were now okay. A rest agenda will not be executed 100%. So for people who are listening to us, no government will be 100%. Absolutely no. I want to see that government. But look, it's like, let me just say this. It's like,
but
our children,
PP, we're not allowed this because you are in error. PP, you are in error. PP, we are talking about the job opportunity here. You are in error. What do you mean that? Who said Joseph Boakai must be 100% Superman in government?
You see, you know,
no, VP, you guys do the same. No, you do the same intentionally. You do it intentionally. The scorecard telling us, to be frank, we should stop this. The scorecard is very clear. 2023, 100% employment opportunity. 2024, 100% employment opportunity. Here come 2025, under President Boakai. Then you say again, somebody tell whether the government will be 100%. Why do other people have 100% and your government are having 100%? You are intentionally, deliberately changing the conversation to suit you. Let's start with job opportunity. I can see the smile on your face. I can see you smiling because you know exactly what you're doing. I can see you laughing. You are good at it.
Permit me to reconstitute your mind a little bit. Maybe you don't understand public sector governance.
Let's talk about the opportunity. You can use all your cognitive mind. That's not about the thing. We are 100% for 2023 job opportunity, 100% 2024. What happened this year with the 9% under your minister, Gafwan?
And so this is why I'm
trying to tell your own mind. Why is it down by 91%? Tell the Liberian people.
Okay. I hope I can be protected. You don't like to be interrupted. So I don't know why you are interrupting me. But let me restate. Let me resuscitate your mind a little bit. I told you no government will execute 100%.
So why the other government have 100% on job opportunity?
So who's there in creating job 100%?
Why
for the past
job opportunity, not creating job opportunity. You are intentionally deflecting the conversation. Job opportunity.
Learn, I know you want to distract me, but I have a specific. What I was trying to say, I'm in agreement that no government will perform 100%. But look, there is something that we are missing. You see, you posted in the chat room for the MCC compact, and that was, very encouraging to me. One thing we have failed to analyze, the MCC compact, it has 20 indicators, but there are 2 that are mandatory. You can pass 18. If you don't pass the 2 mandatory, you cannot be eligible for a compact. It's almost like our children go to WAEC or WAS, to go to WAS. You can pass in all the subjects. If you don't pass in English and mathematics, you fail. Liberia has passed successfully what the MCC consider as the high hurdles 2024 and 2025, which are mandatory requirements for the compact eligibility. Are we saying the other area that Liberia failed, they are insignificant? I say no. And in fact, it's a threat to the government. If you cannot address the issue of unemployment, the people will retire you in 2029. That is a known fact. When I made my statement that no government will do 100%, given the challenges we inherited as a result of the stupid war that we fought in this country, I am pointing to Gange, I am pointing to Ellen, I am pointing to Judy Bryant, I am pointing to Begugbe, former President George Weah, and now His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai. But this requires celebration, because you pass the two mandatory. And it's there for some of you who are watching. You can pass everything. They have 20 indicators. If you don't pass the two mandatory ones that Liberia has successfully passed, you are not eligible for compact. Now, it's a good step. Let's assume Liberia get this money, 350 million or maybe 500 million. I'm not too sure whether we'll get only $500 million. This money is going to be invested in our economy. It's going to help create jobs. Because when more money comes in the economy, there are other people that will benefit. I'm not saying, don't present me to say, oh, because Liberia did not pass, create jobs, so it's insignificant. No, in fact, it's a threat. But it is an option to celebrate, because this will help to cut down some of the challenges that we face in the employment sector. And so this is something we should be talking about. Liberia made a significant indicator. And this is the issue that I'm talking about. But don't present it to be like, so it's insignificant.
Thank you. Before we go, let's give a chance to Dr. Richardson, Kanyo, and Akaris to close on this one. Dr. Richardson, you're closing on this employment opportunity. Then we'll flag the rest of the indicators, and everybody can close on this MCC. From there, we'll move to Asada Mita and the HPX agreement. Dr. Richardson?
Unemployment, as many have said, is extremely high, and it's an important issue for us to be discussing. We see that many people in our country are unemployed. In fact, previous leader of our country wanted to know, how do we even measure unemployment? We have this sector, like our market women in business, who are not even measured in terms of reporting unemployment. And then we have a country where we wish hunt. Quite recently, we had a shutdown in Miss Abilities Ortang, causing us to lose a lot of people in unemployment. They were unemployed, or 100 and something more people were unemployed. So this is a country where we should be talking about making jobs, creating jobs. But our government, as the report said, tends not to respect the rule of law. We failed on that. We failed on the rule of law. And the rule of law, to me, is definitely connected to job opportunities. If the government does not create ways in which that we can protect jobs, in which that government can show an effectiveness in protecting others, as they work, then, we will continue to have this unemployment issue. So for me, I want the government to create jobs for our people. I want us not to use these indicators. Somebody pointed the indicators that they use. It's not even consistent with what is happening in our country. They're talking about discrimination. They're talking about child labor laws. They're talking about, protecting disability. Yes, those are good things. But are we there yet? We don't even have jobs in the country. People can't even find work for us to even start talking about those indicators that they have. So I want us to look at our own country, look at ways that we can create jobs as opposed to witch hunting people and cutting jobs, taking away jobs from people, and use our own ingenuity, our own senses to make sure that we create a viable job market as opposed to depending on all of these foreign donors and foreign support. That's what I have to add, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Carrie, let's hear you. Let's close out on this job opportunity. We'll do one more round. So you can take your best indicators and talk about it. But I want you to close on this job opportunity, employment opportunity. Then we'll do the closing round on MCC.
Well, again, I think it's disingenuous for us to ignore, which seems to be the case here, to ignore the overall performance of the country and want to create the perception that we have failed. I mean, that's the vibes that I'm getting here, that we had a whole project, right, MCC, which gave us 20 indicators across 3 serious sectors. We passed more than half. This passage of the scorecard by the Boyka-led government has positioned us for a threshold program. It's good to talk about where the gaps are, but where I see the language going is to undermine the fact that there is passage and therefore the government has done some good work, and instead to focus on the areas where we are challenged. I think that's a disservice to the performance of the government. More so when you have Minister Gafwan, who leads the fiscal arm of the government. The fact that we are passing is a testament to his stewardship of that ministry. We can't divorce it. But if we say there are no jobs, and then we say, okay, but Gafwan isn't performing, so therefore there are no jobs. When we say we are challenged by that era, it is because of Gafwan. I think part of a healthy debate, which is important, is to recognize where we have done well. I agree that this does not mean that the country is under the woods, but also to put this report in context, and even going back to the CDC days, that's why I always advocate a centrist approach. Going back to the CDC days is that these are structural problems that have always been developed in this country since the war ended in 2003 and we had post-conflict democratic election in 2005. So it's not coming out of nowhere. It's been there. What we must do now is to continue to build on our laurels. But what I refuse to accept is that this is bad news. No, this is not bad news. Is it super good news? Not necessarily. But are we pointed in the right direction? Does it mean there's a foundation to build on? I absolutely think so. And whether we like it or not, Vandala says something that we must re-emphasize. Two key areas that are mandatory to pass. We sit here, to use your words, we beat on the government and public officials daily, and there are very little or no repercussions at all. Political liberties, we passed. Control of corruption, which is so very important for this conversation, we passed. There are other areas in which we're doing well. So for me, I'm an optimist. I choose to look at the glass as being half full rather than half empty. Are there challenges? Yes. But to close, something that Dr. Richardson said, and I see she's smiling, apparently she's agreeing with me. I hope she's agreeing with me in the things I'm saying, right? It's about, we must come to a point where sometimes we can even query some of the issues. I have an issue when we were 100% 2 years ago, and we're talking about job creation. This is a very critical sector, very technical sector. Unless there is a massive upheaval, civil war, economic disaster, you don't just go from 100% to 9% in 2 years. It's practically impossible. The only explanation for such a thing will be that the methodology for calculating jobs has been changed. And I will do some research to deal with this. But if we refuse to deal with it, we just want to say we left from 100% to 9% in 2 years, that is problematic. Let us celebrate the gains and let's build on the top from there.
Cario, thank you very much.
No,
just wait for your time. You know, when these guys are talking, I want people to listen. Cario say he will go and do research. That thing been in the chat room since 6 a.m. this morning. He didn't do research, but he would just go after the show to do research. That's sway. On the street, we call it sway, and you can find it. It's on ChatGPT. They call it sway. There is no way when we live on the People's Program, you say you're going to do research. But anyway, let's make progress. My brother, Tarakai, let's hear you. Close on this one, my friend.
Yeah, you know, the councilor is guilty of something called evading the issue under the thought of fallacy. You know, you are being specific on the subject matter. That is employment opportunity. Instead of sticking to employment opportunity, you're hanging on every little straw. You're running away from the question. You're begging the question. You're skipping the concern. There's an issue that is being flagged. There's a fight. And what is it? From 100% to 9%. That's the thematic concern of the conversation now. How will you score 100? And then the next morning you score 9%. in the same subject matter. That 91% decrease. 91% decrease. Is that not worrisome? Is that not concerning? What level of defense can anyone put up besides evading the issue, besides escaping the thematic concern, the question of employment opportunities? The administration failed dismally to the extent that if you went home without 9% paper after scoring 100%, your parents will flock you with ratting. If we have ratting here, we're used it tonight on Fandara Patriots and Kanyo Bagbada. Seriously, they need to be switched. If your child comes home with 9% or 100%, and you want to say, okay, I think you have a you provided him all of the opportunities, that's extreme underperformance, extreme underachievement. No debate can sugarcoat that. You can't run to other indicators. You must stick to that subject matter. The government failed. How would the government calibrate? Then people talking about two aspects is very significant. You must pass. What's about rule of law? What's about rule of law? I know we'll come there, Stanton will flag the other issue on the
we'll come there. Great, we'll come there. I want to give
Stanton, in conclusion, I was still on this. In conclusion, nobody can put up self defense for all 100%. Nobody can put up that defense for 9% or 100%. You fail. You didn't even score F. You didn't even score D. There's a grade below that you score. Okay? Maybe we're just saying D arrow you drop from the class. That means no mark. You know when you can't get on the call D arrow drop. Now when I'm not NA, when I'm not available, but a D arrow. So the government score D arrow. When it comes to employment opportunity, they drop. They drop out of class uselessly. You know?
Thank you. No, let's go ahead to Wanto. Yeah, let's go to Wanto. Wanto close, and we'll bring in our friend and brother Winfred Russell. We got to move on.
Thank you, Stanton. I really appreciate, especially this time. What is very interesting here, Stanton, is there were two areas of Kanyo spoke about. He said the government passed through. He said two important things. Both Kanyo and Vandera said the most important thing in the entire process is political liberty and corruption. So this government, one of the biggest campaign on this show is to say CDC is the most corrupt regime. What is very interesting is the control corruption that they are celebrating. CDC passed the control corruption in 2023. In fact, political liberty also CDC passed that in 2018. I share the link in the chat as well. Then the other interesting aspect of that indicator that they're celebrating, CDC passed the rule of law in 2023. United Party failed the rule of law. So we must be fair with it. This is not the major argument here is that the bread and butter issue stands on just as you lay out, and the guys don't want to listen to it. The truth here is that we need to question the merits of specific individuals in government that are leading. Let's talk about how the budget for 2 consecutive years, more than almost close to $2 billion spent in a budget, and you still can achieve your employment. And you're looking at a clear indicator. The indicator is clear. Drop from 100%, 2 consecutive times in a row, to 9%. You can't justify that. Whether you want to say the indicator wasn't available, this wasn't available, go now into Liberia. Young people are unemployed. In fact, the government spent $2 million on something called digital skills. You know what happened? This guy went and were training these children basic computer skill on a blackboard. And they said this is a digital skill. This is what we have in this country. It's terrible. And it's not about politics or partisanship. Things are terrible. Systems are not working. We're not building on comprehensive sector that should lead. The other thing we're ignoring is child education. In that very report, it primarily said the government failed in primary education. So girls are not being educated in that country. The budget for the Ministry of Education this year? Go check the budget. We are spending millions of dollars.
Thank you, Wanto.
and we got absolutely nothing to point to.
Well, thank you very much. Let me flag this real quick before we bring our brother Russell. Again, like we said, workforce development not available. Workforce development not available. This government will not succeed going into 2029 election if we keep this track. Period. People care less about some of your major things you're fighting using your words. Employment opportunity is down 9% because Gafan ate 91% of it. He doesn't know how to create jobs. This is Gafan that put $95 million in the budget for he and his coolants to eat, and he turned around and said that he my error. President Bouaga came to create jobs. President Bouaga, he promised the Liberian people that in the first year, no child will be left behind on the street setting Kenny. People will be involved into businesses. President Bouaga, there will be job creation in every sector. But what happened today? A 4 good year under President Bouaga, you have destroyed the economy, the employment opportunity. The year, FULL, under President Bouaga, you're destroyed. You even keep it at 50% for all to even argue. And you didn't give it to 40%. Gafan took it down to 9%. And Gafan said his only intention is to get ready for 2029 election. Some of y'all want to go on the street and celebrate Green Day, that's December 6th. Some of y'all want to do it. The people that walk in the poo-poo water, they get no work. But when you have people in government working and taking money and stealing, and they refuse to create jobs, you want us to celebrate them. 2 indicators maybe I take up because for the people. I can run around and lie to the president and lie to the government and say, yeah, we passed MCC scorecard. CDC passed MCC scorecard 14 out of 22 or so. People, Stephen Johnson has said, that today what happened? They passed 12 and they want you to celebrate. But the main thing, the bread and butter, the sugar and cream, hey man, the cow milk, going to the marketplaces, it's hard. Everything, inflation, the people say it's down, hey, but going to the marketplace, it's not reflecting. It's not. You get gas. You're going to your Tabata, the Liberian people sing clear. Workforce development. I will bring in my brother because he served as a councilman. When you talk about workforce development in Minnesota, this is what can make a government win an election or not here in the United States. They got nothing. NA. You know what NA mean? Nada. Zero. Not applicable. Nothing.
Not available. Nothing.
They went, they had, they look for it. Government said, we can't give it to you. We don't have it.
It's not available.
So, who in the country so create job? Which one of the entity? Which one of the ministry? So create job.
Not available.
The only thing we get in today is not available. We'll wait again another wait next year, November. Then we get not available again. They all say the country is doing well. I better start lying to the Mr. Russell, let's hear you, and we got to switch gear. Let's hear you, Mr. Russell. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, and it's great being here as always. I'd like to say hi to all of our listeners and viewers, and to my fellow panelists, and to our good old, smart, beautiful, intelligent sister. She goes by Dr. Francine Chenoweth Richardson.
What you mean so special?
She's special. She's special to me. I don't know about you, but I know she's special to me.
No problem. No problem.
And to a lot of people. But you know, this is a serious issue that we are discussing tonight, Stanton. And I know you referenced me with respect to job creation, workforce development. in Minnesota and what we've done here, even at the city council level, we were responsible to create jobs. When Musa Bility came here, the CMC political leader, you ask him, he will tell you, I took him to our business incubation center that was created during the time I was on the city council. So it was one of my pet projects, $7.5 million business incubation center. If you go there now, you will see there are many Liberian businesses there, small businesses growing. We're giving them all of the support. We're giving them internet. We're giving them technical assistance, because when you create those small businesses, it is to our benefit as a government, because they pay taxes, they employ people. We all know, I mean, it's not rocket science, and I'm not an economist, but I know how to create jobs. And you have to be able, we have to get people, and I know I heard you all, you know, I'm not here to talk about people credentials and what they do and what they can do and all of that. But many of these folks in government who had the line agencies and ministries, do they have any track record? Do they have any experience of creating jobs? I mean, and I know Fubi yesterday said, well, you know, the Liberian people, they're not interested in all of these numbers and all of these sort of critical issues or critical areas. But these are important things. We're talking about kitchen table issues, jobs, giving people the opportunity to put food on the table. So agribusiness, I know a lot of folks talk about the, you know, agriculture, light manufacturing. I have a friend in Liberia with a small manufacturing company there. I mean, all of those things, we need more and more of them. But the big elephant in the room, Stanton, is the business environment. So how are we modernizing the business environment, the regulatory regime that will make it easy for people to open businesses? That's one of the things that we did here, for example, in Brooklyn Park. We were able to set up a system that you can come here within 4 to 5 hours, you can establish a business, Stanton. 4 or 5 hours, you can establish a business. You have to make it easy for people who would like to invest, for them to invest. And I know my brother Wanto just talk about expanding the workforce, ensuring that we have vocational tech, we have young people in the workforce and women. We need to expand all of that. So I'm not sure these folks who are heading these critical line ministries and agencies, again, is it a situation of square pegs in round hole? I mean, folks are just in these positions and don't know what to do, you know. I mean, and it's pretty clear. But if we don't get this economy on track, we're going to be in some serious problem. We're going to be in some serious problem.
Brother Russell, thank you very much. Yes, guys, we have some technical issue with StreamYard and Facebook. We are working on it. As you can see, we off and on, and we'll make some necessary adjustment accordingly. Again, we want to welcome you when we are back. Share the show. I think we are back on Facebook now. Let's make progress. We're done with this. You can take your pick as to what you want to, what you want to do about this whole school car thing. I'm done with it. We got other news to cover tonight. Is 5:49, 10:49 in Liberia. The whole school car thing, to me, if this government will receive $500 million, we have it. It's good. We really need it. There's a reason to receive $500 million. The country needs every cent and every dime. But you still got some people in the government that is caught blocking the operation and progress of President Bouakai. To tell you the truth, we still have some people in this government that is totally caught blocking the operation of President Bouakai. Let's talk about the budget. Let's take a little bit of it, Dr. Richardson. I want us to play this concerning Gafwan apologizing for the $95 million extra that he was trying to take home. He said a human error. Can you imagine? The finance minister saying that was a human error to put $95 million easily under the rug, thinking that people wouldn't have seen it. Can you imagine? And if this thing were going to go, who are going to eat that money? I say this thing because I read into Gafwan. He's a crook. I can talk about all the good people working in this government that are trying their highest best. You can disagree with Mo Ali. I can beat on you every day, but Mo Ali tried. The new chief of staff, he's trying. Sam Stikwa, I think we can find reason to beat him, but I think he's trying. But you got 3 individuals in this government, that Richard said, that if President Boycott failed to remove, we are in trouble. There will be no job creation, and there will be mess all over again. You got 3 individuals. You know Gafwan will be number 1 on the list, and that's why the people are calling him rogues. Calling Gafwan rogue. Listen, Oswald Twe. Oswald Twe got to go. President Boycott got to really get rid of Oswald Twe. Fire him. Oswald Twe contribution to the government is a mess. You know, he's not a politician, but he's kind of corporate lawyer that want to also, so all this thing is not interesting to him. Double Jada from LRA, he should have been gone a long time. These 3 guys remain a stumbling block to this government. Now we're going to bring us to the conversation about the Asara Mita and the HPSD, Dr. Richardson. This thing should have gone and find a way to the Capitol building. But you know what happened? These 3 gentlemen, Oswald Twe, Gafwan, Double Jada, they have created a cartel operation. What Liberia want? Liberia want money. Asara Mita said we'll give you $200 million for signing bonus. We can question it, we can fight, we can beat on Asara Mita. But what happened? HBX said we'll give you $12 million. My Liberian people, even what you know, tell me, which one you go for? 12 million or 200 million? Can you get both? What's the mystery about this deal, Dr. Richardson? It's the real. Who control the real, Dr. Richardson? Asara Mita said they want it. Ivanhoe HPX said they want it. The government have agreed that we should have an independent operator. Asara Mita agreed that we should have an independent operator. HPX said they won't bring their own people to control the rail. We got to bring it down to the Liberian people. Joseph Yima Boycott gave these 3 gentlemen 24 hours to come up with some understanding as to why this deal cannot go to the legislature. He gave it to them. Gafwan, Oswald Twe, and Double Jada, they met the lawyer, one of the many lawyers for Ivanhoe, and they began to stall this deal. The lawyer is a businessman. He wants his client to succeed. After the president told them, let the thing go to the Capitol building, these guys then still holding it. Which company want to control the rail? And who bringing the company? Just a deep thing in this whole thing. But the Liberian people should get a little bit of it tonight, that at the end of the day, as HPAC will get only $12 million bonus for you because CDC government ate it for $30 million. CDC said they didn't eat it, it pays salary. That's their own explanation. Asara Mita said we'll give you $200 million, and revenue production will give you more money every year. That's what Richardson. Why we don't like ourselves in Liberia? As commanded and instructed by Joseph Yima Boycott, where you have Gafwan, Justice Minister Twe, and Double Jada against this thing. Talk to me.
Stanley, that's a good question. Why do we do not like ourselves as Liberians? And that's the support for Liberia. Developing Liberia should be a primary task of us. But for some reason, based on everything I'm hearing from you, we're putting 200 million versus 12 million in the mixture, and that is contributing to the way that we're making decisions about who's going to control our railroad in our country. And the idea that we're not even following the rule of law, we're not even following good governance, government effectiveness, as was mentioned in the scorecard, tells me that that is the reason why this legislation can just pass, or it won't even be seen by the people who are supposed to make the decision. So I want to just encourage those lawmakers to please make decisions, or those members of the executive branch to make decisions that is in the best interest of Liberia. People should not be in Nima County, where the railroad going to be passing to get to Bassa, to Buchanan, and still be suffering when we have 200 million and 1,200 million. That is the key issue in how decisions will be made. So, I agree. I think I tend to favor an independent operator for security reasons as well. We got to keep in mind that this iron ore is coming from Guinea. It's passing through our country. So maybe an independent operator, somebody who can be very objective, somebody who can, relate to the government and tell the government, this is, not good, this is good. But when we have money in a play, like a 20 million and a 12 million, we are bought, we are bought. How are we going to be objective about issues? So that's the question I have. Let's just build in the best interest of the Liberian people.
Dalla Richardson, thank you very much. We are on the ArcelorMittal and the HPX deal. I want to put something up. I'm trying to connect with Damon. Damon, if you hear me, okay. Let's see what happened. LEC just left. That's it. All right. Let us go ahead. Let us make progress. Kario, let's hear you on the ArcelorMittal and the HPXD. I'm trying to put the analysis in the chat room for you guys to read. We're trying to get hold of the ArcelorMittal contract to inform you guys, but this is bigger than the conversation. We will not cover it all tonight, but everything you've been hearing, Kario, about this deal, what's your take?
Well, thank you, Stanton. Based on how I engage with information, it is going to be quite difficult to base firm positions on what I may term as hearsay or unverified information. To the extent that the information is not verified or is from secondary sources that I cannot authenticate, it's going to be difficult for me to make a firm position. That said, what I can comment on has to be about what is available within the public domain. What I do know is that, number one, the Liberian government has a $1.8 billion investment deal with HPX that has been signed by the executive and is going to Parliament for ratification. That is confirmed. I also know that ArcelorMittal has been a big player in the mining sector, has contributed to jobs, continued to pay hefty taxes to government, and is still a player. At the center of this is the utilization of the Rail Authority. What do we know about the Rail Authority and the leadership of President Boyka and the government in that respect? On October 10, 2025, the president issued an executive order extending the mandate of the Liberia National Rail Authority. In that executive order, the president was clear that under the office of the chief of staff to the president, meaning the Minister of State, they were convening a technical authority to be supported by an external technical operator to draft an act for the Rail Authority to ensure that the best interests of Liberia was protected. What I have gathered from that executive order, which is publicly available, by the way, to be verified, like I said, is that the president is keen on leveraging Liberian resources for the benefit of Liberia and not necessarily in skewing it to the interest of one private sector party and the other. Naturally, ArcelorMittal has interest because they've been in the sector for a while. But should that interest preclude Liberia's ability to attract additional investment and also improve the job situation that we just been talking about regarding the 9% that the purported 9% that we still need to investigate? I don't think so. Equally so, HPX2 needs to recognize that whatever investment that were made by ArcelorMittal probably need to be recoupable. That's why President Burger issued this executive order, clearly establishing or continuing the mandate of a temporary rail authority to form a permanent one and to ensure with the proper technical assistance that we can provide the institutional governance required for the sector. That is the information that is publicly available. In that respect, as I close, I think that whether it is Minister Gafwan, whether it is Minister Twe, whether it is Commissioner General Double Jala, when an executive order is issued by the president, they all take judicial notice and they are compelled to work within the framework of the law that is pushed by the president. I don't think they can go outside of that. And if they do, they will be in violation of the president's law and mandate. And that's what I can say in that respect.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor, have this reached your representative? Have this reached his office? The ArcelorMittal document or the HPS document? Do you know?
I think that is immaterial to the conversation. I think what is material is that
have they reached to the, do they have it?
I am many things. I am chief of staff. I am a professor of law. I run my own firm. I consult. I have multiple
listen, I'm asking you a straight question. I'm asking you a straight question. As a chief of staff, you're working at the Capitol building. Have the document reached to your boss man? No problem. You say answer my question. Have the document reached to your boss?
You know, I'm not averse to answering questions, CEO.
Yeah, right. You say the truth today. Great. Let's bring you on. The reason why Great. You
decided otherwise.
You are not averse to answer the question you said, so we got to move on. So
no, I mean I'm not against answering it. That's why I say I'm not adverse to that. I can answer the question.
Adverse. Okay. Oh, thank you. Let's go ahead to Akaris Gray. Akaris, the reason why I asked my brother Kanyo, he's the chief of staff to Soke, the representative for Grand Jedi. He knows exactly what need to go in that office at Akaris. He was a lawmaker before. Your chief of staff knows more than anybody around you when it comes to your office. Even the chief of staff will know about your girlfriend and that you get going in your office. So let's face it, he been very unfair to the Liberian people. But let's hear you on this HPX and ArcelorMittal deal. It's terrible that we have found a government in government that when you get Gafwan, Double Jala, and Oswald Twe deliberately refusing to follow the instruction, and they were even warned by President Barker that if this deal is not done, hell gonna roll. And I expect that, yes, indeed, the president will probably fire some people before the Christmas. Because this is an embarrassment, not only to the government, but to the president leadership. Is he in charge? Talk to me, Greg.
Okay, Stanley, I guess you read about the city-states. There's a state within a state. That the Vatican, for example, in Italy, the Rome area, a state within the state. There's a bigger government, but under that government, you got another group of people who declare themselves as a city-state. So yes, the governance structure of this country are a lot of city-states. And what you said is not strange. And when I listen to my friend and brother, the counselor, when he talk about an executive order, I smile. If they respected the executive order, they will not fear the rule of law. The MCC scorecard just show about the rule of law. Even the officials of government don't even respect the rule of law. Because if you work in accordance to the will of the president, and there's an executive order and instruction, and you cannot follow that instruction, what does it say? It says that the government is a chaotic government, very chaotic. They're like having a chaotic class as a professor. You have no control over the class. And like Grace said, you're causing noise. They get time, anytime they can come to class. So the governance structure of the country has become chaotic, where people are taking side on companies now. One group will say, I'll stand with Meta, another will say, I'll stand with this other company. And at the end of the day, who suffers? The people of the Republic of Liberia will suffer most. Because mind you, if it is true that the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Finance, they both take a side on a subject matter and have interests in a concession company, it's troubling because the two of them, they are signatories to all of those documents. The Minister of Finance is a signatory to the document. The Minister of Justice is a signatory equally so to these documents. So it puts the state in a compromised position, an extremely compromised position. For me, I mean, GAF, no. Yeah, you should stay with United Nations, you know. Sometimes when you don't have a weapon to use and you make noise about it, and one people go trouble you and you don't have any, now you down at trouble. Yeah, then you become dangerously exposed. We cannot sugarcoat it. We cannot hide our feelings about this. We have to bring out that emotion, that catharsis, that constructive emotion. The Minister of Justice, the Finance Minister of the country is chaotic. The government structure is extremely chaotic. But another thing, Stanley, you can't run away from, whether you like it or not. Where does the authority president falls in? When these things are happening under your nose, do I support an independent, real management team? Yes, 100%. I want Liberia to manage it 100%. It's Liberia's property. It's not for any company around the world. It belongs to the Republic of Liberia. Why dare the president will issue an executive order and a few group of people will say, this executive order.
Well, thank you.
Imagine
brother,
that.
thank you. We want to announce that if just go on 104.1 FM in Liberia, we have been relay and all of the other relays because the generator is overheating and Dama trying to reconnect with the generator, so it went off again. We said to you, go on 104.1 FM. You will join us from that. Sekou, the voice of Liberia, Sekou Sharif is relaying all of the program on all of his channels and network. Again, shout out to Sekou Sharif. We want to say to all of you, yes, indeed, we will be getting back on shortly on this phone, but you can join us. We are on Facebook, on YouTube. Keep on following. Let's just make this interesting. Let me hear you, my brother. Emmanuel.
Gone. The glasses coming.
Yeah, LEC gone. That's the thing. LEC gone.
LEC when you say, oh, you see what happened to
No. LEC. Yeah, LEC gone.
My glasses.
Yeah, LEC gone. Icarus, you're right. LEC gone. But I'm talking about our generator. The generator, we'll get to it. Emmanuel George, the situation where Salamita and HBX, $200 million coming from Salamita, the president traveled to France. He met Macron. They had a discussion, and there will be revenue, production, amount coming every year thereafter. And this is a big deal for Liberia. And then we can beat on ArcelorMittal about the other stuff. 7,000 job creation. Look at our unemployment history now, bad and through the MCC. But ArcelorMittal said we got 7,000 jobs sitting right here, right now. For you, Gafwan. Gafwan is against this deal. And I can tell you because I'm not going to put my sources up. We were in the room. Gafwan is against this deal. The legal guy also told the Minister of Family Reason to give legal opinion that they should cross all the T's. Listen, the only thing ArcelorMittal need, ArcelorMittal said, listen, give it to a company that have an experience, over 5 to 10 years experience in managing the rail. HPX said, give it to us. ArcelorMittal said, no, we've been here before you. We are not going to give you. The Liberian government will give this to a company. So what we gather, HPX coming up with an American company, and ArcelorMittal is against that. So that's the fight right now. But when two elephants meet, you know the rest of this, what they say, right, Emmanuel? The ground suffer. Liberian people are suffering right now. 200 million is in the air. And what was your take? The president got to be president in this one. What's your take?
Oh yes, I mean they have a deep water to navigate, a very challenging storm. Because on the one hand, our president flew to France for the purpose of signing the $200 million deal with Metal Steel. On the other hand, when our Minister of Foreign Affairs met with the Secretary of State in the U.S., he made it very clear in a statement that came out from the State Department that Liberia resources, minerals, and others were very important to U.S. foreign policy, and that Liberia was that the U.S. were looking forward to working with Liberia on the Millennium the Compact that we discussed a couple of minutes ago. So we have, and it is no secret that HPX have a very strong relationship with the current administration in the United States of America. So I hope those who are navigating these waters will take all that into consideration, because we know how the U.S. government takes countries who are unfriendly to the interests of the current government in the United States of America. So I hope they are actually dotting the T's and crossing the I's, and that they know that the interest is both sides. Our president was in France to sign this deal when he could have done it in Liberia, because the French was very interested in it. And on the other hand, the U.S. is interested in HPX having a smooth sail with this deal. And the document also, I think, was passed to the legislature in October. There have been no conversation that have started around it yet. So I showed it will be monitored, and I showed those in charge will soon start hearing from the appropriate authority. I don't envy them in the situation they find themselves in right now, to have two powers interested in something that they're looking forward to the Liberian government to find a solution to. And hopefully they will be able to find a solution to this challenge that they have on the table. Thank you.
Which side though? Time is running out. Agreement is on the table, Ross. So ArcelorMittal has signed on the agreement from their end. HPX, they have some issue. They want to control the rail. Russell, who should be controlling that rail? Who make the final decision here?
I mean, it's pretty obvious to me, at least from all of what I know about the conversation that has been going on, the negotiation for that matter, that's been going on. It's clear that the president, the government needs to make that decision, and then it has to be ratified by the national legislature. I mean, that what it seems like to me, that that would be the most logical thing to do, would be for the president to make that determination.
When you have, okay, so the Met last night, right? And I'm trying to be careful with this information because one of those are privileged, right? The Met last night, and the president is adamant. We need this. It will help the budget. 200 million is coming from ArcelorMittal. 7,000 jobs is coming from ArcelorMittal. HPX says CDC hit the first $30 million and it only given $12 billion as per the new contract year. But how can HPX say they want to control our rail? And the people that were there before you saying we are waiting for the government to bring an independent group. The recommendation, I mean, talk to me, Russell, though. Well, what's really going on here? Liberia should be the one to carry on the vetting process as to who qualify. And the HPX say we need somebody with an experience in this business, 5 to 10 years experience. So when the president speak, Gafwan and the justice minister, without a double jala, they are objecting. But the fear is that how can these guys object to the president's instruction?
That if that's what is happening, that sounds like a gross insubordination to me, and that shouldn't be happening. I mean, so if the if and when the president speaks, that should be the final word on an issue. But also, if they're all having, it's all part of the negotiation, and so if they're giving their feedback. But this HPX Stanton, it caused a lot of problem in the country and with the government. And it is not, we can't be double dipping and playing, all these sort of games. It's going to come back to hunt us as a country. It will come back to hunt this government. We've seen what's happened in the past when some folks try to play games with all of this, and we saw how they got burned big time. I just hope that the president and his kitchen cabinet and his critical key advisors are advising him the right way. Because if there are any misstep, it's going to hurt us big time. It's going to hurt the people big time. It's going to damage not only our reputation, but it's going to hurt the job creation that we don't even have, and the low jobs that we're trying to create. I mean, it's going to mess up a lot of things. So we, we have to be careful why we go about playing these games here and there. That's why you need, you need quote unquote the adults in the room to be making these decisions, calling these hard shots, having these sort of
the only adult you get in the room is what goes into the pocket. What we're hearing, if I share with you guys, it will be so scary. The guys go into it for themselves and by themselves. It's what goes into the pocket. The kickback is so huge. And I found people to just come and just talk when they got some vision themselves. This HPX deal and the ArcelorMittal thing should be over a long time. The government have made a decision. President Barker met both teams, right? The country will benefit if we go either way. That's a good thing. But just to talk about who's going to control for 25 years, the Liberian Rail for 25 years, and yes, the cash in there though. If they give it to you, Russell, you will be charging ArcelorMittal and you'll be charging XPS, and so money also coming to your company. So all these guys that now we are hearing, they are forming a company. There's a gentleman at NASCAR, and I will call his name tomorrow, one of the controllers at NASCAR. They are forming a fictitious company, right, to sell it, and then he will be making money alongside with the double jara and that of Gafwan, and it's so conflicting. They are not bringing a company with an experience. They are forming their own company, and they will sell their own company into this deal. So when ArcelorMittal said, no, we want people with experience, 5 to 10 years experience, guess what happened? They are not happy because it's a revolving door here. You charge 5 cents, you charge 10 cents, the money coming back. But they need people with experience. And before we go to Vandana Patrick real quick, you want to finish up?
Well, no, I mean, I'm just, I've been scratching my head, Stanton, because this is like, we've been saying these same things over and over. We have all of this information. I'm scratching my head because why do we continue to allow this to happen?
No law for country. No law for country. No law for country.
I mean, it is sickening.
I really want to put his picture up, right? I really want to talk about this guy. They are there coming together, forming their own company, and telling the Liberian government with no experience, no material, no equipment. They have funded the company and they want to sell it. They want the president to buy into it, for them to pocket the money, charge Asalamita, charge HPX. But then it's wickedness. But let me bring in my brother from Della Patrick. I don't want to go him too long.
Stand up before you go there. I think. Just hold on a second, Vandella. Stand up before you go.
I don't call it 5 minutes. That's my thing. You got to respect the ethics of conversation too.
What do you mean blasphemy for? I was just trying to say something. Go ahead, brother. I was just trying to make a point based on what he was saying. I was not trying to cut you off, brother. There's no. They were just trying to make a point with what Stanton was talking about, people doing this stuff for self, to just connect it to something else that we'll be talking about, looking at this trend. I was not trying to disrupt you or cut you off, but continue on, my brother.
I apologize. I thought you interrupted me. You can continue. Sorry. Also, you can continue in your statement. I didn't know.
No. We will wait for you. Talk. We are afraid of you. You go ahead. Also, we're not continue.
No, right? You know, we should be very careful what we put in the public domain. This is a nation or global media platform. In the first place, ArcelorMittal should not have even been given the right to operate that rail. Never. If I was president, they will never. Do you look at the security implications? They are investors. The primary, in the first place, the primary to create jobs. They defaulted on that agreement for almost 10 years, 15 years. And it came in 2007. I had a time to live in Yegepa, went to school there at Bishop Karaha. Go to Yegepa. Yegepa looks like a ghost town, like a dumper. They take billions of dollars from this country. Go right here, Bikeno. They loop. Sako 1, Sako 2, Sako 3, Sako 4, Sako 5. The place is dirty. Those Indian Tarzans came here to exploit the resources of this country and refuse to carry on significant infrastructural development. They defaulted. Secondly, do you know when you take something from the mountain, there are goals, there are diamonds. Nobody is checking them. They control the road. They take the iron ore, whether they are bringing diamond in the iron ore, whether they are bringing the golds, nobody is regulating them. From the mount straight, they ship it abroad. We can't be serious in this country. I support the idea of an independent regulator. In fact, ArcelorMittal should not be making noise. Just recently, what they promised to do 15 years ago, Nyan Twine is hitting them in Nima country. If they were right, they would not have been doing what they are doing right there. As we speak, go to Nima, go to Yegepa. There is a reform process going there. And I want to be very grateful to Senator Nyan Twine. ArcelorMittal must understand Liberia is a suffering country. And I want to respectfully disagree with people who say, oh, people controlling and this and that. I think while there might have been, quote unquote, other activities behind the scene, but for the fact that there was an executive order for the establishment of a regulatory authority where HPS is coming, HPS is saying, look, we want to have an independent regulator. You are competing with us in the iron ore sector. We cannot be passing through you to regulate or while we bring our iron ore from Guinea. It's a fair thing. If the Liberian government are not going into agreement with HPS, we are being a different thing. Which you said that we analyze why Liberian government had to go through HPS to sign, an agreement. They want money. They want to create a competition in the market. ArcelorMittal is not the only mining company that we see here. And look, I agree they have done some significant jobs, but what they have taken from Liberia is more than what they have given us. The only thing that we have not been doing is the fact that, and I'm encouraging CEO, it is for all of us, not even this government, any government that will come after 2029. It could be CDC, it could be Unity Party. It is about time that we begin to do a comprehensive audit on all concessions in this country. Some of them understate their revenue. If you generate $1 billion, you say I only made $700 million, you pay taxes based on the 700,000, I mean 700 million. We got to be very clear. This country is being looted. State resources, or natural resources of this country have been depleted. And one of them is ArcelorMittal. I was one of those that protested against ArcelorMittal having that absolute right to control our railway. They bring everything, nobody regulating them. It's like you go to the mine, you take diamond, nobody checking you. How you sell it, nobody. They are the referee, they are the player. So at this time, it is morally and legally necessary for us to have an independent regulator. I don't think it will be a bad thing. It's a competition. You operate or you departed. You promise to create more jobs. You deny. You promise to carry on development. Go to your part. The play is getting.
Thank you.
People in continuous. What's that? Then you still want to maintain, the authority to regulate the rail? No, we need an independent regulator, CEO. I'm begging you.
Thank you. So before we bring in my brother Wanto, I don't think the internet is doing well for my brother Fendella Patrick, because he's not following through, that Richardson, with the conversation. And I would beg, who said what promised Fendella Starlink?
No, see,
let me make my point. Don't interrupt me. I beg you, Chief, don't interrupt me. I beg you, Chief. Boss me, I beg you.
Let me just see you order, man. Again, you go right.
Yeah, but the man told that. Let me tell my own small too, my man. But here's the issue, though. We just said on this show that ArcelorMittal have agreed that the government, with the government, that they will not control the rail. They agreed. They signed the paper, Vendetta. The only argument, hey, Vendetta, let me help you. You not come out with no again. Let me help you. So ArcelorMittal only argument, on this real issue. Don't give it to HPX2. Russell, you got me? You don't want us to use it? You don't want us to... Fendella, wait 1 minute, my man. You're saying that you don't want us to use it. Fendella, you're my second argument, man. Leave me alone. You don't want us to use it. We got no problem. We'll sign this document. But HPX shouldn't use it too, Wanto. That's the argument they are making. As of yesterday, ArcelorMittal has signed the document, agreeing with the terms and conditions of the government. I look at the analysis. I look at everything. I'll put it in the chat room. You guys will see it. HPX want to bring their own company. ArcelorMittal said, no. We can do that. So let me ask you. Want to eat on our show, my man? Let me ask a question here.
Please.
Come by again. No, you couldn't give Russell chair without giving you chance. No, I'll pay back. You come from another place. You want to take control of ArcelorMittal. We can beat us ArcelorMittal. Our people in 10 Yan Twine is fighting them. Thank God for Yan Twine. We can talk that they can do better. They should do better. But this person have agreed to keep HPX and to keep ArcelorMittal. But then ArcelorMittal don't want HPX to have the rail. Walter, what say you? I think it's unfair that President Bouakai accept this deal and say, listen, we will control it. We will vet the company that are coming in. And then the Liberian government would be the one to serve the people better, both ArcelorMittal and HPX.
Yeah, interesting it, Stanton. Everything that you just said brought us back to the same MCC. We fail in resource protection in the MCC scorecard. So it's a very interesting conversation. That means the management has been based on self-interest. You know, we have no regulation, and I agree with you. If you look at the entire accountability process on the resource management, you realize that just only to build a mass wealth at the detriment of poor people in this country. The other thing that's very interesting to look at here, Stanton, is the fact that the 200 million ArcelorMittal promise as a senator bonus is included already into the budget. So if you know you're not accepting Mittal terms and conditions, why would you include that into the budget and inflate it at $1.2 billion? The finance minister was having a press conference recently, I think a few days ago, and he was boasting about that budget. You know, we've had a one-time inflation on our budget that took it to $1.2 billion. So this is very concerning, that if you accept a senator bonus with all of the terms and conditions from a specific component, and then you come by and refuse it overnight, and I know the reason why he's refusing it, because the U.S. currently is moving towards something called transactional diplomacy. If you make mistake with them, you will put yourself into a serious diplomatic hurdle. We know what will happen. The minister knows what will happen. He knows, his family knows what will happen. So it's a very critical position. I wouldn't wish to be in that position now, because we know, of course, the former minister, what he laid out after the entire process. When he wrote out, the article is still up. He wrote an entire comprehensive article on what occurred with the same HPS deal. People say, oh, no, the man lying. Now we are faced with that situation right now. The other thing that's very interesting, Stanton, in the budget that you are speaking about, because it's both the budget and the real world, is that the government is spending only 1% from the $1.2 billion on agriculture, a rest agenda. The agenda that is primarily being highlighted as the agricultural framework. The president has a background in agriculture. He served as former minister of agriculture. The unsustainability of the budget also. Mittal is proposing only $200 billion. So in 2027, the budget will return to a shortfall. So that means you inflate it for $1.2 million or $1.2 billion without any sustainability, and you return to maybe $800 million in 1 year. So what's the sustainability? What's the essence of that budget? They come back to the competence of the Minister of Finance. I have nothing against the Minister of Finance, but I do believe that he is heading towards a political management of our economic system, and it's extremely dangerous. And the reason why I say a political management is this government, for the next 4 years, has transitioned from working within a term limit to create better opportunity for Liberia and focusing consistently on 2029. And this is where the real challenge is. Each of these key government officials have political interests. And because of their inflated political interests, they are making political decisions, like inflating the budget to $1.2 billion, setting up private companies to amass wealth at the detriment of poor Liberians. And this is the issue. And when you're saying that, Stanton, you're not saying it out of blue. It's true. Government officials' only objective is to steal and prepare for 2029. So poor Liberians will continue to be poor. Even the very united partisans who support the government will be unemployed, and they are currently asking them now to contribute to a headquarters building while unemployment is being inflicted. So this is a very horrible situation. And we must be patriotic about it. We must call out this government because the situation is terrible. And for the next 4 years to come, we have nothing to be able to get out of this government. That's why I wanted to add it.
Yeah, thank you guys. We got 26 more minutes to go. Let's play this from Gafwan when he was apologizing that he mistakenly Hima error put 95 million in the budget. What a joke. Let me say this. And somebody tell President Bwaka, and I will tell him, if you keep Gafwan, the government will be a failure. You have the worst legacy ever, if there should be any. And you know that, Emmanuel. After they put 95 million extra in the budget to eat, the people caught it. Gafwan said our human error. Which one the human be at the finance ministry? So it means that Gafwan didn't look at it. No, to be frank, They put 95 million that are Richardson. For who to eat? Gaffer said a human error.
See, I got a question.
No, I'm not taking your question. This is bad. 95 million in the budget. The man said a human error. And you know why he said a human error, Mandela Patrick? Because we discovered it. But let's not listen to the report.
The Unity Party
He said he's not taking my question. He call him
history, submitting Liberia's largest ever national budget, a record US 1.2 billion for fiscal year 2026. But the celebration has been clouded by controversy. A US 95 million discrepancy has surfaced between the approved 2025 budget and figures contained in the new draft, raising serious questions about transparency and accountability. The legislature approved the 2025 budget at US 880.6 million, yet the Finance Ministry 2026 framework lists the 2025 approved figure as US 975 million. Legislators insist no recast was ever done, meaning the extra funds were never formally authorized. Fiscal experts warn that, if true, the discrepancy could point to unauthorized spending and a possible breach of the Public Financial Management Law. Civil society groups are now calling on the General Auditing Commission and lawmakers to investigate and demand a full explanation from the Ministry of Finance. The unexplained US 95 million gap has become a crucial test of President Bouakar's vow that under his administration, there will be no business as usual. Gerald Kwanyine, Front Page Africa.
Yeah, we want to shout out to Front Page Africa, Gerald. Thank you, a great job. There we have it. Gaffer is here, lying that he didn't know about it. And this is an embarrassment. You have a finance minister, right? That intentionally, we're going to talk about this, the salary part, the payroll part in the more. We're going to talk about it more. Where they're hiding the money to enrich themselves. So my fellow Liberian, if you see that I'm trying to fight for President Bouakar because you got some folks that care less about President Bouakar. They don't worry about him. They say the puppet is sick, the puppet not well, the puppet moving slow, so we worry about it. They enrich ourselves. These guys, they are bad cats. They are. The Richardson, you put 95 million in the budget and you call it human error. And you send it to the lawmaker. They were going to pass it, you're going to eat it, and you're going to call it human error.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. Talk to me, Mama.
You know, as I said earlier about, you know, the 975 million in the budget, that was a gross mistake, almost on the verge of being incompetent. In making such a mistake, we ask that, you know, you get people to proofread, look over your work. You don't wait for the civil society and other organizations to kind of catch a mistake before you recognize that. But I'm sure this is a lesson learned for Kafwan. I'm sure, you know, like every other professional, he's going to double check his work. Triple check.
Please, man. Lesson learned.
Triple check his work before he submitted. I mean, the mistake is, I mean, the figure was already in the budget. That's why it's hard to believe, you know. You have $880-something million already that was in the budget that was passed. So how did he come around to find this 975 million to, you know, have an almost, you know, 88 million surplus in the budget? It's the question, you know, it's what everybody is asking. How can that be a mistake? So this is what makes it hard to believe, because it was already there. So what were you operating on? If you are the entire Minister of Finance in the country, you should have operated on the money that was originally passed by the legislatures. But, you know, I'm sure lesson learned, you know, from this gross significant mistake. When we go back to the, you know, Accelerator Amita and HPX, you know, I want to say, you know, money is at play. 200 million, 1,200 million. Some of the 1,200 million was already paid by HPX. Money is at play here. We also know that we have a country where brown envelope, we know very well how you know, brown envelope talks a lot among the players in our country. And as Wanta said, you know, people want to enrich themselves. What brown envelope does, it encourages this enrichment, and it creates a society of the have and the have nots. And this is why some of us come here, including our political party that was just formed, the CMC comes here to create a playing field in our society where everyone can have an equal opportunity to succeed. You know, equal opportunity to be able to work hard. So when we know that money is at play, whether it's 2,200 million or 12 million, people are not thinking about the interest of the country, how to make sure that our country deliver for the people of Liberia, how to decrease their suffering, how to create jobs are the things that we're calling for. And somebody said Asalamita has been in existence for a long time, but let's look at Nikepa. I was there. Let's look at those places, the people, the towns that underneath the mountains. How are they faring out? Are they benefiting? And when I speak about the security issue of HPX saying that they want to run the railroad, and Asalamita is agreeing that we should have an independent contractor running the railroad, it makes sense to me to have someone independent run the railroad, because who knows what can be coming from Guinea into Liberia? Who knows? And it's my prayer that that independent contractor wouldn't be carried away by a dollar sign, by a brown envelope, that it would be objective enough to tell the Liberian government, hey, you know, this is what's supposed to pass. This is what's supposed to come through. This
Thank
is
you.
money. You know, that's what's supposed to happen. So it's
let me ask you a question real quick, Dr. Richard. So what is your political leader position in this Asalamita HPX deal?
I'm not speaking, I don't speak for CMC. Okay.
I'm not saying you do, but you're global chair. We've got to ask you the question. You can't come on the show. You're on the show. We got to ask you to see what we can be on Kanyo and be on Emmanuel George.
And you are not yet before that he's a centrist.
Yeah, but Dr. Richard said, Dr. Richard said, you will say answer the question. You cannot run for the question. What is your political leader?
Yeah. Russell here. Let me answer your question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, look, to answer your question, my political leader stands on the side of the Liberian people. Okay, he definitely wants a better playing field. He does not want to create a society that have the have and the have nots. He does not want to see an MCC scorecard that have bad employment opportunities for Liberians. He doesn't want to see our businesses issue out or deliver to Liberians. He wants Liberia to have equal opportunity. He speaks for the Liberian people, and that is why.
Dr. Richardson, what does that sound like? Like a ANC playbook there's so. Why is that sounds very familiar? Is it?
Well, I don't know how familiar it sounds to you, but certainly, I want to say that what distinguishes. Well, I know you're trying to get me my cousin, my blood cousin, okay? You're trying to get me 2 years up. I will not let that happen. I will not let that happen. But I will tell you that one of the things about the political leader and the CMCers is that a lot of the CMCers who are in Liberia started from humble beginning and they love their country. It makes a difference. It makes a difference that you can have someone who will direct the path in which we're supposed to live in Liberia, respecting each other, believing in unity. Okay?
So, Dr. Richard said, I ask you a simple question though.
Well, no, my cousin-in-law, Winfred Russell, asked me, added to your question, so I was answering that. And to answer his question, I was trying to tell you that it makes a difference that our political leaders started in the Liberian market by selling Kimball. He's a business person who started selling gas in a can, in a can. So I want to say that it makes a difference.
So what's his position with the ArcelorMittal?
Oh, you are not hearing me. You are not listening to me.
No, I'm not hearing you because you go around with your family people on the show. What is your position here? Is he in favor of this deal or he's not? He's from Nimba.
I will tell you, my political leader is consistent with the Liberian people. He stands with the Liberian people. He wants Liberia to be a better place. So he wants a deal that would take into consideration giving back to the Liberian people. He wants a deal where the towns and villages that is underneath the mountain will not look like the way they look. He wants a deal where people, if you get $200 million or $12 million, let it work for the Liberian people. We shouldn't be seeing Liberia looking like some kind of village in these days. In 2025, Liberia should not look like a village when we have all those resources. So that's why I want to tell you, but please don't be asking about my political leader's opinion. You can call him himself.
No, that's not. No, we have to ask you. Once you're on the show, we ask you.
Okay.
You have openly declared that you support CMC and you are the global chair. Not every day we'll ask Musa, we'll call Musa and ask him when we have questions concerning CMC. So you are the spokesperson here on the show, and we will ask you when we have questions, right?
No, I'm not the spokesperson on the show. I told you.
I mean, you are the only CMC member. Yeah, Kanyo, am I right, Kanyo? Is it a bad thing? She's right.
Kanyo tell you you're not right.
So let's get Kanyo. Kanyo, what do you think? Am I right to ask her the CMC
question? You are a high-ranking member of the CMC, and I think at any point in time, you should be able to speak to the mantra of your party, and you should be happy to speak to it. I don't think you should avoid it. I mean, you are a proud member of the global chair, I believe, of the CMC, no?
That's correct.
Yeah, so as a global chair, everything the political leaders say, as we say, becomes policy. And automatically, you take it on and you start to run with it. So increasingly, people will look to you for direction around CMC policy. So I agree with the CEO in that respect. That's just a simple position. I mean, global chair.
Your point is well taken. However, to keep in mind that I was on this show before I became a global chair. So I think it's unfair for the CEO of this show now to hold me to only speak in that manner. I would tell you.
We discuss.
When now you interrupt me now. When now. So there are times when I will tell you this is the position of CMC. I will say that. The difference between you and I is that when you started this show, you started saying that you're a centrist. You form an organization, but I started as an individual. I didn't start as a global chair. So I have my own opinion, and I will also tell you, and I think this is what a centrist would believe in, that.
But which could be different from your political leader?
When a centrist will tell you that I can have my own position and I can also disagree. Whether I choose to make that disagreement public or not with the political chair, that's my choice. And I think you, as a centrist, you agree with me.
I mean, I agree, but are you disagreeing with your political leader?
Not on this matter. I stand with the Liberian people, and he stands with the Liberian people. He stands with.
So can I push
below the mountain of Nimba?
Can I push that the Richardson small guys are back here? I know we're closing the show, right? That the Richardson started it time, right, Kanyo? We respect that the Richardson, right? She this is her program. But my issue is that once you transform inwardly by means of the Holy Spirit, they say if any man is in Christ, he's a new creature. All things have become new, right? And Dr. Richardson is a new person in CMC. But not only that, though, she's the global chair. Anything happening in America yet,
Well, I don't count it.
First to know. So it wouldn't be fair for us, right? For us to ask her. I'm not going to take my time to call Musa Benete when we have the global chair on the show. Now, one day, Emmanuel George, former global chair, current chairman for the USA Division Football, now one day, he always said, no, I will not answer. I mean, CDC try the best. They answer every day. My only question.
Emmanuel George first came on this show. Emmanuel George came to represent ANC. Everything he talked about was in line with ANC.
Okay, so who are you representing? Who are you representing on the show?
I was Francine, Dr. Francine Chino Richardson. Okay.
So who are you representing on the show?
I represent my views, and when I'm ready to represent CMC's views, I will tell you. I will tell you I'm speaking for CMC right now. Because it's a tendency on this show here for people to just ask me what CMC think. Even if they have
Richardson. So let's get something straight, right?
And CMC is not me. CMC is not me.
Richardson, we're not. Richardson, wait, though. We hear you. So let's get something straight. You are not representing CMC on the show. Am I correct?
When I'm ready to represent CMC, I'll tell you. I'm speaking.
Yes. But right now, you are not representing CMC.
That's correct. At this moment, I'm not representing CMC.
Okay. So when will you let us know? Because we get CMC questions. But we'll wait.
I just said.
No. Kayo, we're not asking CMC question now. Because she has declared openly, she's not representing CMC. So anything I say about CMC here on the show, good or bad, she shouldn't respond. Because she's not representing CMC.
I did not say that.
Clarify, because it's going to be quite difficult. You know, when do you take off the CMC hat? When do you put it back on? Depending on how the questions are coming, it's going to be quite tricky, eh? But I'm telling you that again.
Okay. The issue is the moderator, so he asked multiple questions. It is left with us, you know, to use.
I understand that, Richardson, but I've been told to leave you alone.
Yeah, I will not.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, CMC.
Yes, thank you. So it is up to me to say, okay, I'm answering this question from a CNC perspective, or this is my own opinion. Do you get it?
Well, Stanton, you have it. I mean, you will be properly informed. In law, say you will be given due notice when the CSU hat is being put on. But for the record, just assume that this is not a CMC position unless it is announced. Correct. So when a CMC position is coming, Dr. Richardson is going to say, this is the official position of the CMC.
Well, you are the legal one here, right? Emmanuel George, Winfrey Russell, and Dada Patrick Ewanto. So when I discuss anything, tell Dr. Richardson can announce her position, and I say anything about CMC, good or bad, we're only going to get Dr. Richardson respond to that as Dr. Richardson, but she will not attack me. The last time, to be frank, let's go on the record on this one, guys. Because I know when we talk to Russell says he's an independent. Emmanuel George for ANC, Kanyo for the Century. I don't know what Vendetta Patrick had, wherever you choose, that's fine. 1212 is for CDC. Yeah. Well, Vendetta is for Tewon Gonglo. I forget Vendetta. I just thought of it. Right, but so now we're talking legality here. Let's bring this up, guys. I think I put it in the chat room. Is it in the chat room? If not, I can put it there, right? It's not there, right? We want to close on this one real quick. I thought I did too. You guys see it in the chat room? No? Is it in the chat room, guys? I'm looking myself. It's not there, right? Okay. Not there. All right, I think it's there now. This is a letter, Thomas Sawyer letter. Asset recovery. This is from the Supreme Court. To halt everything that December 2nd. You know, they sent her to jail, Tema Sawyer. They sent the other gentleman to jail as well, John Uboti. And it's in the chat room, Emmanuel. You can see it better in the chat room. And they are saying that they are telling Club Mountain and Asset Recovery, please halt everything. Don't take a step. Don't move. Anybody move, anybody will be fired. That's what they're saying. You can come and see Madam Wodokori, Associate Justice Wodokori in chamber, December 2nd. That one. Now, we also found a letter that is on Facebook. Asset Recovery, they are not happy. They are not happy though. Look at the letter. They are saying that this is weakening the position. They are not happy at all. So, guys, you read this thing, it's like, I believe it's Dr. Richardson. Someone will on this. Let me start with you. Or I can bring you in last, no problem. Emmanuel George, it's weakening the position here. Asset Recovery will not fight with all these different postponements. They want to fight, they want to fight, they want to fight. But then the court system is pulling them back. Let's close. What say you on this one?
Well, there's a popular saying among our legal minds, and Kanye can speak better to that than me, that the law is an ass. So, and excuse for those who listen to it in a negative way, excuse me. So, people use a lot of legal maneuvering to delay cases. We see the state is using the same thing in the Samuel Twoy case, where we continue to get postponement, and we can see it. We may be seeing it in this case without having all the facts of the matter. You may see that this will take place. I don't think it should frustrate them, because this is how the legal process works in most places. We had the same thing in the continental USA with big cases being postponed, or after a ruling, there's an appeal that is made, and after that there's an appeal. There's a lot of appeal that stalk the case. But as we close, I would like to start from where we, first of all, thank our audience for listening to us this evening, and thank you for the conversation around the MCC scorecard. Whereas we congratulate the government, those of us who work in university systems and who have to have accreditation team visiting us, when the accrediting body is giving their exit report, we focus on our failure. We congratulate ourselves for our wins, but we focus on our failure. We go back to staff meeting and put committees and things in place so that we can take care of that failure. So the next time the accrediting team visit us, we will have a 100% pass. And that's the reason why this evening we congratulate the government for the success. But when we have failures, it's also good that we address those failures, especially if those failures are affecting the Liberian people. We cannot have a situation where we have 93% pass in international access to markets, but we fail in giving necessary credits to our Liberian businessmen and businesswomen to invest and benefit from this international market. We're gonna have a situation where our unemployment rate comes down to 9%. But even with that, and at the level maybe Kano, I may agree on this one. Even with that, it's very important that we stop depending on international organizations to do research in our country. We have the University of Liberia, who should be a research institution. Some of these data, we should be gathering them from the University of Liberia, Connington University College, Advantage University of West Africa. The big universities in Liberia should be giving us these data so that we can start relying on international organizations to give us full data of what is happening in our own country. It is good for us to run behind these monies, but it's time for our government to realize that there are so many smart, intelligent Liberians that can develop our economy and make sure we grow and start depending on international organizations. In our budget, we have $72 million coming from foreign grant. We should be wary of that, especially with what USAID did to us in the beginning of this year. When they pulled the plug on numerous projects in our country, yet we are still relying on international grant as a major portion of our budget. We should get away from that. And that's why it's time for the Liberian people to start thinking of a political institution or political leaders who can lead this country where every one of us would benefit from our economy, where we will not be depending on foreign partners to lead our country forward. And that's why every evening I share with you the minds of Mr. Alexander Cummings, the very first person to make the Liberian people to realize that this budget can grow to $1 billion. And when he brings his report, we'll also show to you that this budget can grow bigger than even the $1 billion mark we talked about since 2017. So you all have a wonderful evening. I'm very appreciative that you allow me to be in your house having this conversation tonight. Have a blessed night. Look forward to this conversation tomorrow. Thank you.
Let me ask you a question, though. You said Mr. Cummings coming up with a report.
Oh, the Alternative National Congress is definitely coming out. Definitely, the Alternative National Congress is coming up with analysis of this budget. Definitely. You see, when you want us to be fast, Stanton, the government pull the budget out. We have to be, when we come out, we want to come out at a point in time where we are very certain that the Minister of Finance will not pull the budget for the 5th time.
So who's speaking? Mr. Cummings?
The Alternative National Congress will speak. I can assure you that the Alternative National Congress will speak.
Let me ask you a quick question. I know Russell wants to jump in. Russell Becky. Let me ask you a quick question, though. I was having a conversation with some people today, right? Let's agree that Jeremiah Coon won the ticket. And you have former President George Manuel. And you have Musa Belete. Who's Mr. Cummings concerned of mostly? Among them three. The ANC concern will be on who? Seriously.
The ANC will be concerned about every political actor that joined the race with us. We will focus on everyone, and we will definitely be looking forward to going into the second round. We are not going to overlook anybody. This is a political situation we are in. 2029 is going to be a level playing field for every political actors. Most of us are coming in 2029. We have records. Most of us coming into this thing in 2029. We have things that we have been working on. So we'll focus on everyone.
We still got two individuals that with no political record on that level. That would be Musa Belete and Mr. Cummings, right?
No, Honorable Musa Belete is a member of the National Legislature. He has records.
I'm talking on the presidential level now, unlike Vice President Coon and that of President.
Well, we start developing your political record for where you start serving the people, and then we develop it to the top. So everybody will have record in the race except for Mr. Cummings. But again, up and down to 2029, there's this wonderful saying when you get into the plane before the plane takes off. It says that in the case of emergency, oxygen mask is going to drop. So you should take that mask and put it to your nose first before you start thinking about the other people around us. Right now, the ANC is concentrating on itself, on its development, on its growth. We will focus on other people when we are very certain that the mask that is on our nose is giving us enough breath and we are strong enough. So we are working within our party. That is our major focus, to strengthen this political institution that every Liberian, including you, Stanton, and Kanyo, will see how strong the party will be. And many of you on this station will jump on board, because this will be a train that if you don't jump on, you will be left behind. And I see many of you are
to tell you the truth, I will say this to you, with the exception of what I'm seeing right now, Musa and Mr. Cummings, the other guys, I'm not going to give Musa a few weeks, month in the legislature and say he have a political argument compared to President. We had ourselves 6 years. Jose Yaman Bwakada only is 18 years, and that of Jeremiah Kuna will be 6 years with all of his representative and senatorial position. To make a clear argument that Mr. Cummings trying, you have never tried him before. Musa Belete, I can make the same argument for him. As a political leader, you have never tried Musa Belete before. But again, to each his own, we have that conversation. Can these guys win outside of the county? That's a huge question. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close of our program. We're going to bring in our brother Fendetta Patrick, because he have to go. We have to go. VP, let's bring you on, my friend.
So thank you, CEO. I think it was a wonderful conversation. So as we are closing, it is imperative to speak clearly. I know when we were making the comparative analysis on the MCC compound, we tried to weigh in WIA's work on the issue of employment to that of the current regime. I would not want to dive into that. We have spent 6 years in government, and this government has only gone 2 years. So there's no way that we can begin to compare WIA 6 years and measure it to this government 2 years. If we take it 2 years, we are 2 years in government, and this government in 2 years, that's it. And that's why I always tell the guys in the Unity Party as well, your achievement in 2 years cannot be measured to WIA 6 years. Not because you achieve today, so you assume that this achievement in 2 years surpass WIA's achievement in 6 years. Cannot make that analysis. We have to be very clear on that. Another thing we have to stay clear here is that about this time, with respect to the MCC compact, WIA's regime did not see 2019, 2021, they did not make significant impact. And the last compact that they continued for 5 years was under Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. That was $278 million. It ended in 2021. So WIA's regime did not build on that up to where we are to get another compact in huge money. I stand to be corrected, but that is the data that I'm looking at. But look, CEO, sometimes this issue of Meta Steel trying to tell the government what to do. When I wanted to ask a question, Meta Steel does not have moral ground to dictate to our government. The same way with HPS does not have the right to dictate to our government. They can make an appeal. It is the responsibility of the government to determine what is right. But Meta Steel, that I have seen their operation, they defaulted on their concession agreement. They kept our people in tents in Yekepa. They came, they said they will renovate the entire Lango concession area in Yekepa and that of Bikano. They didn't do anything. They brought containers and they kept our people inside intentionally and deliberately. So they don't have the moral rectitude to tell us what to do. The government is already aware. Secondly, we don't even know what they take from the mine. When you extract iron ore, there are a lot of minerals associated to that. Whether they bring in gold among the iron ore, whether diamonds are there, nobody knows. They are the one that are extracting the iron ore. They are the one that are regulating the railway. So there are a lot of things that has happened in this country. And I think it's about time the government take appropriate steps. We also need to ensure that in the future, that there must be a comprehensive audit on all concession companies in this country, because some of them understate their revenue. When they generate 1 billion or 500 million, they will tell you when they generated 300 million or 800 million. We don't know. We need to audit them, to look at their statement, annual statements to their board of directors. That way we'll be able to accumulate and hold them accountable for what they are doing. Look, CEO, lastly, we also come here. I mean, no disrespect to Mr. George, Dr. George, you know. So if we all come here, we start talking about political leader, everybody this and that. Because I always see him blowing a horn. And the question is, we are here representing our political institution. Why are we not talking? But look, the bottom line is, and I mean no harm, Cummins cannot win 2029 elections. In political analysis, the numbers are there. You just said something. We have spent 6 years. He has been a consistent opposition, the most powerful opposition political party in the country. In terms of winning elections, since our war ended, the Unity Party has dominated. I come from, you know, Gonglo's party. And this is something we have analyzed. Are we saying we cannot? But there must be a unanimous decision to have a conglomeration of political parties coming together as a unit of force. In the absence of that, look, my dear brother, Kumis will not come there. I'm not God, but the indicators are there. Right now, you are trying to balance your deficit. You came 2017, you got 7%. 2023, you depreciated. If this was a corporate corporation, corporate institution, Mr. Kumi would have been asked to resign for taking the country backward. On 7% to 1%, the board of directors will have unanimously voted to say, Mr. Kumi, we want you to step down because you made no progress. You have not been able to charismatically articulate your vision and how to address, this country from moving from a state of asset poverty to another area. I would say other political parties are not doing it. No. But the factors are the PDP is the most dominant opposition political party. You have the ruling party. Now, Mr. Musa Belete is coming into the picture, very forceful. He's doing things more than Alexander Kumi. He's going aggressively. If you were to have an election today or opinion poll between Alexander Kumi or Musa Belete in terms of his footprints, his intentionality, he's trying to surpass the other opposition political party. But again, anything can happen. But with these speaking, with these statistics, there is absolutely no way. And I want to repeat, no way that Mr. Kumi will win election. Look at what you are telling. Mr. Kumi will be where we are. Mr. Kumi will be a unity party. Mr. Kumi will be my political leader. Can you imagine that? Anyway, I want to rest on that.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question for Della Patrick? Mandela, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, VP, if there's a corporation, do you think they will allow George Weah to come back? Do you think the board should allow George Weah to come back and be head again for that corporation?
So I think the board will give him a second chance for one reason. So he being in opposition, meaning he had been struggling and he was inclined to be board chairman. And he became, or president or CEO of the corporation. And he was hired. But at the end of the day, among all the other competing corporations, he took in second. Somebody won him. He did not depreciate at the level he was when he took over. He remained at that level, very close to maintaining his position. Compared to Kumi, from 7% to 1%, there is 6% difference.
So I just want you to answer my question. Let me be fair. You say the board will allow George Weah to come back, right? If there's a corporation, right?
No, I'm saying in terms of political decision making within.
They didn't put this on politics. You say if there's a corporation, they will.
But who is the boy here now?
No. That you brought up a board business, not me. You said the
no.
board.
See, I'm responding to your question. If you be happy, I'm responding to your question. When I wanted to ask you a question, you said no. You see, this is the civility.
Okay, so you try to pivot. Thank you. You try to pivot. Thank you very much.
But
so
see,
let me come to you. The man won't ask question. Let me just say this real quick.
I'm not asking a question. I just want to take a
forget it. VP, wait. We're finished. You're not forced us to ask you question. Thank you for your closing. Don't disrupt the show.
No, I'm not asking you a question, VP. I was only wanted to quote your thinking.
Emmanuel, let me make my point. I'm backing you, right? This is why we got problem. If there's a board, they say George Weah will come back. The man that destroyed the corporation, the man that so many people have alleged that's messed the board up. Everybody. From the Fortune 500, we came down to zero. We are not even on the world what part of the World Trade Center anymore. We are not even part of the stock market anymore. We are in the flea market, not stock market. He wanted the person that brought us down to the flea market to come back. Can you imagine the mindset of our brother Vendetta Patrick? Can you think for a minute? Wait, have a good night. Have a good night. I beg you. Enough force for all to hear you back. You say you finished. Can you imagine? Look at Vendetta Patrick. Graduated from the Harvard School. Imagine. Look what he's saying. 6 years, and I got no problem with President Weah. The people rejected him. I'm not yet fighting for Mr. Cummings. Can you imagine that? He said there's a Bull Corporation. He wants President Weah to come back. Everybody lost their 401k under President Weah. Everybody lost their insurance under President Weah. If there's a Bull Corporation, a decrease in salary payment, work environment, it's a hostile work environment under President Weah. We are begging agencies to send workers under President Weah. We are borrowing from foreign institutions to come and help us. But the company is running on a skeleton staff. No contacts, no contracts, nothing. The man said, bring the man back that destroyed the company, Russell. Bring the man back. Can you imagine the mindset of Vendetta Patrick? Liberians have to hear this, and I hope we can have the conversation tomorrow. Mr. Cummings is a man that never tasted power in Liberia. But he got a good track record with the company he ran. But no. Then he said, let's be political. I wish all of them well. And I wanted to ask, what about President Bouakai? 2029, the Liberian people will make the right choice. They will vote for the future. They will not vote on false hope and empty promises. They will vote because the children and the grandchildren interest will be part of that thing. I'm surprised at my brother VP. He said, quick, he run away because he has sent a caveat. He said, quick, he run away because it's an embarrassing thing. The man that came to the United States of America, the man that attended Howard University, the man that said he went into Congress and he influenced and helped. This is a man that's saying the person that went there that served for 6 years, bring him back. But the person that have a track record, don't bring him back. Hey, man. Go ahead, Winfred Russell. We're finishing Liberia, man. We're finishing.
Thank you, Stanton. And I had a question for him too, but then too bad he had to leave. I just wanted to, I wanted him to give the prognosis for his political leader, Tiawan Gonglo, to talk about his prospects too as well, because he seemed to have this power of discernment. He knows who's going to win and who's not going to win, and all of that. So I mean, he's a political analyst, so I imagine he's coming from that vantage point. But
he's a soothsayer. He's a soothsayer. He's not a political analyst.
He's a political witch doctor, So I just wanted to hear what he had to say. But anyways, I mean, I think I will focus my closing on jobs and the importance of job creation. That we need to focus on that with laser focus, and be very intentional about creating jobs. But we need people around the table in the kitchen who know how to create jobs. And not everybody, it's pretty obvious now, not everybody in this administration, especially in the key ministry, key line ministries or so, who have the experience or the knowledge of creating jobs. I know the tourism sector is about to pick up, to take off. We just have the appointment of new leaders there, and the establishment, the full-fledged establishment of the Liberia Tourism Authority. So, there will be a lot of jobs created within that sector, a lot of low-skill jobs, a lot of customer service related jobs all over the country. So that's an opportunity right there. We talk all the time about agro processing and the light manufacturing and why that is important. The need to focus on that too as well. Modernize and streamline the business environment via the regulatory reforms in the country. It shouldn't take that long to start a company in Liberia. I mean, we've been talking this for a very long time. A lot of folks, a lot of political leaders have been talking about that. But do they have the experience, and do they have a plan lay out? I mean, before this administration came to power, it was talking a lot about creating jobs, being amplified right there on Spoon Talk about how they're going to create jobs, they're going to do this. Now they're a year, we're not seeing that happening. So I hope you can go back to the drawing board and come up with a plan of how to create jobs and strengthen the workforce. So workforce development centers all around. We have some TVET centers too as well. I think that that needs to be a focus now, a focus of this government. We're going on now to the third year of this administration. With this administration needs to show some tangible results relative to job creation. And with respect, Stanton, to asset recovery and some of these cases that are being pursued, I know we talk a lot about the Minister of Justice, but the Minister of Justice, part of the Minister of Justice's function is to prosecute cases. Okay, so they're investigated by the GACC or the GAC and the anti-corruption group and all these other groups around, and then turn it over to him. I think they too have prosecutorial powers, but this guy had come up with 300 indictments. What's happening to those indictments? Okay, so it's not with the courts, right? So the courts need to take this up. Why aren't the lawmakers strengthening his hand, streamlining the laws? Because all of this song and dance that Samuel Tua and them are doing, playing the system, we need some new laws, Stanton, and that's part of where the legislature comes in to strengthen the Ministry of Justice hands so that they can fully and adequately prosecute all of these cases. So if you have 300 indictments and they'll just go in, they'll play all these legal dance and so going all around, it's not going to help us. So we talk about the court system holding us back, pulling us back. We need to strengthen the laws, reform the laws, bring the laws back, up to date. I think there was one time here I talked about traffic laws, for example, just simple traffic laws in the country. Traffic laws in the country have not been updated, Emmanuel, since 1972. They have not been updated. So, you still have on the books that speed limit on the highway should be 45 miles an hour, right? And you see how fast those guys drive. So there's just one example. So we need lawmakers, instead of going around building bridges, getting involved in building infrastructural projects and all of that, they need to be updating our laws. They need to be fixing the laws of the country to strengthen the Justice Ministry hands in prosecuting these cases. I think that's what needs to happen. So I will stop there and say thanks to all of the viewers and all of the listeners for coming in here this evening and hanging out with us and spending some time with us and listening to us. So we'll see you there next week. Really appreciate this opportunity to come in your living room and to be on your cell phone, in your cars, in your phones, on the radios, and all of that. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to say thanks to all of you. I want to just announce that our sister is bereaved. Sister Glennie Genius, she lost her aunt. If you know her, please reach out. Again, I want to announce the reason why you're not seeing Sister Glennie on. She lost her aunt, and we hope you can reach out to her and our condolences. It's been a great show. Dr. Richardson, you closed, right? We started with you first, right?
But I didn't get a chance to close, but it's okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson. No, just close. We
I just want to say that
we're not going to leave you hanging.
Yeah, we started the show speaking about employment opportunities for Liberians, and we saw that the MCC scorecard reported that we failed miserably. I'm happy that we'll be able to get a good chunk of money, millions of dollars that would come to Liberia. But on the other hand, we have to closely look within ourselves, look within Liberians, and see how we can contribute to making our country a better place. Yes, being dependent on these foreign donors and being dependent for them to dictate our economics, it's like, them giving us strings that they can pull like a puppet. You do this to get this. You get a deportee to get money. So I want to say that we Liberians, we should empower our lawmakers so that they can create jobs. They should study, like how, my co-panelists are saying, they should create job centers, find a way to study opportunities, ways that we can rely on ourselves. I also wanted to state that we need to also look at our informal sector. When I think about how this whole issue about, whether we have no jobs or we have decreased jobs and how the job statistic dropped, we have to look at the indicators and also the people that are, creating these numbers for us. In the end, I like what someone wrote. I want to, quote something. I think I saw it on Mariah Yakula Korpor's page. She said, you can pass from high school but not know how to read, and I'm paraphrasing her, and not know how to read or write a good letter, a friendly letter. And this is the case of the MCC. We passed, yes, we did. But are we doing the things in our country to make a country that everyone will enjoy the privilege of the country? We're a rich country. There's no lie about that. We have minerals, we have land, we have beauty in our country. And I want to just close by saying one line from, Honorable Musa Hassan Bilate, who responded to and I'm speaking standard. Please open your ears. I'm actually speaking from CMC Playbook right now. Oh, he gone. Okay. You asked my question, so I'm making it very clear. He said yesterday when he was speaking, and
but you cannot want to speak from a CNC playbook. They won't want to ask you a question. You say, Russell, that's been so unfair, right? We want to ask you CMC question, you say no. But you want to take your time at the end of the show to speak from CMC playbook. Well, I mean, what's that? If you want to talk CMC, let's talk CMC.
The difference between me and these other panelists,
if you want to talk CMC, let's talk CMC.
Is that I came here, okay? When I came to this show, I came as an individual.
No, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, if you want to talk CMC, let's talk CMC. You cannot cherry pick as to when to talk CMC. Then when we want to ask questions, and you say you're not CMC. Go ahead, man.
I'm giving you heads up right now. I told you that I would give you heads up, because the question is, the issue is, you guys just feel like you can ask me any kind of question about CMC, and it's not fair to do that to me. I can't hear you. I'm not hearing you.
No, I'm saying, why is it not fair? You look at Emmanuel Joe. Emmanuel, Mr. Comey running 2029, Emmanuel say yes. When y'all speak, Emmanuel say yes. Why make it? It's not fair that the richest in
Because
that
Emmanuel knows, Emmanuel
when we can ask you question about CDC, when we can talk about CDC, when you have to respond concerning. If I'm a CMC member, I will be concerned. I will be concerned though.
Yeah, let me just close. I got plenty of work to do here tonight because you just want us to carry this conversation. Look, so like yesterday, Mr. Political leader Musa Hassan Bello looked very presidential. In one of the first time, in my short life, that I've seen a political organization respond to something significant as the budget of our country. I was very impressed with that. I don't know about the rest of you, but I was. And I'll just take something that he said. He said that our vision, the CNC vision, is simple. A Liberia that we want, a Liberia that works for its people, not only a few privileged, not for the haves. A Liberia where budgets are not about politics. And a Liberia where it's not about self-enrichment. Rather, it's about using the dollar to uplift the Liberian people and not someone's pocket. And he said this in relationship to what we talked about today. He said this. Look at our Islamic, look at now HPX and Islamic are talking about $20 million, $200 million, $12 million, and $200 million. And this is, we should be thinking about the best interests of the Liberian people. So that I'm going to close on that. And
Tyrese, you're free to talk about CMC. Whenever you want to, I want to just say thanks to every one of you. Anytime you come on the show, we ask you CMC question. I'm going to tell you that.
I got to trust the answer or not.
I want to say, Russell, thank you very much, man. Have a good evening. Emmanuel George, thanks. As always, we appreciate you. That's for saying, Chinua Richard saying thank you very much. And we wish all of our audience a happy, good evening, good morning at your end. Be safe, be well. See you guys back tomorrow, same station, same time. Have a good night. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson.